te abange jajja sendigenda n'ensawo yange jajjange ulira ndigenda n'ensawo yange kamungolo yazimba ennyumba ulira ndigenda n'ensawo yange abange naateekamu obumooli 8 obwo ulira ndigenda n'ensawo yange abanga kamulimba kali katono nnyo nkweyanziza luno ulira ndigenda n'ensawo nkweyanziza luno ulira ndigenda n'ensawo yange aliwa jjajja w'abaana jefa muyita omwagala kuba obugumo nga bulimu eggoowo nze ndigenda n'ensawo yange owange kono obugoma nga bulimu eggoowo nze ndigenda n'ensawo yange baliwo abaana aba dancing and beat ndigenda n'ensawo yange abange jajjange jajjange ngamba jajjange kula mama abanga kamulimba kali katono nnyo ulira mama ensawo yange abanga kamulimba kali katono nnyo aliwo n'omwana abange yono muzzukulu wa jjajja abange kwembawanira ulira abange yono muzzukulu nno wa jjajja abange kwembawanira omwagalwa mama weyagale omwana wa jjajja abange jjajjange ulira mama ngamba owange yazimba ennyumba owange yazimba ennyumba nateekamu obumooli 8 n'ensawo yange nateekamu ebisenge 8 ekisenge ekisooka kye kyali ekyange mama nange kye nakola nendeeta omwagalwa n'enzaala oyo omuzzukulu abange yono omuzzukulu omulungi owa jjajja mama weeyagala enkulabe omwagalwa muzzukulu wa jjajja weeyagala enkulabe owange ulira mama abange kambayimbira olugero lwa jjajja jjajjange omulungi agange wange nyimba muwanaku omulungi omwagalwa mama nsawo yange yayina ekikapu kye kya bbululu ekyo abange kandigidde nga nyimbira jjajja owange omwagalwa nsawo yange abange vipi tubebere namumbaliga vipi wamma jjajjange wamma tweyagale yabaana bajjajja wamma jjajjange dansi and BtS ulira nga nnyimba ife abaana ba dansi and BtS ssebo tubayimbira ez'ennyimba yeno dansi and BtS gy'owulira fe tubayimbira ez'ennyimba wamma bange jjajjange aliwo mutebi omwana wa dansi and BtS owa jjajja kula abange vipi tubebere vipi tubebere vipi tubebere vipi tubebere abange neyanziza amanya gange nze Petero ku mutalo ogwo gw'ennakawa abange gye nsibuka nno mbabuulira abange kambanyumize n'akagero kawa musota ng'omusota newa kikere waliwo akagero kawa musota abange kamusota newa kikere vipi tubebere abange vipi tubebere ulira neyanzege abange mukube ngoma mbayimbire eno abange abaana ba muno nga bayimba abange vipi tubebere ngama vipi tubebere vipi mubebere owange jangu eno tubebere mama jangu wano tubebere abange mbeerikiriza omuzina n'engoma. Thank you. Tubebere owange VP.
Wow. A round of applause for our entertaining team, the Dance and Beats Culture Troupe. Let's clap for them once again. What an opening. I think we can all see that creatives really know how to make an entrance. And I don't know if we have any challenger. Do we have any challengers later today? I'm not sure, but we'll find out. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dance and Beats Culture Troupe. We look forward to more of your performance at a later time. I think it's been a really grand entry. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, representatives from the government. I recognize the presence of a representative from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, our development partners, MasterCard Foundation, we recognize you, our friends from the civil society organizations. The reason we are here today, the creative sector, the professionals in the creative sector, the actors, our friends within the creative sector. It's a very broad sector, and we are here to demystify and open that package with the amazing work that ICRW is doing. Colleagues from the media, people from different walks of life, I recognize you in all your diversity. Good morning and you're welcome. My name is Patience Poni Aikoru. I am a lawyer by profession and an advocate of the High Court of Uganda. I work with the Equal Opportunities Commission of Uganda, and I've previously worked with the Austrian Embassy. It's a pleasure to be here today as a part of the ICRW team, you know, convening this amazing conversation. For today, we are not going to have a conversation like any other event where you're going to sit and see so many PowerPoints, but we're going to have evidence produced from the research that has been done over a long period of time by the team at ICRW. Beyond the evidence, we're going to have dialogue, we're going to have conversations about how to take on the package that has been brought, the evidence that has been adduced, but above all, we're going to take action on what has been found. So I hope you are here with open minds and open hearts to receive the amazing, amazing research that has been brought forward by the team. I think it's really quite a special day today, and I don't want to, you know, get so much into conversations at the very start. I want to inform you that because it's a day for creatives, and we are here to understand more about the world of the creatives, I would like to introduce our first performance before we get into the official opening and welcome remarks from our board member at ICRW, and then we'll have a few remarks from our representative from Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and then for your information, we'll have also someone from MasterCard Foundation, our partners who have been with us throughout the journey, you know, and making this day very, very possible. And on, I will let you know how the program moves. Ladies and gentlemen, are we excited for the first performance? Can I hear a yes? The energies don't seem... Did you have breakfast? I think we're going to give awards at the end of today, and looks like the Dance and Beats team is taking the lead in being excited for today, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, our first performers, creatives, we have a guitarist and a pianist. We have Anne Makula and Vania Lagom. They're going to give us an amazing entry performance. Let's put our hands together for them. that's not enough. That's not enough. It's often said that when the guitar speaks and the piano responds, then music becomes a conversation without words. I don't know if we observed that. Did we? Yes, we did. And I think that's really a powerful start to our conversations today. And we really appreciate you, Anne and Lagum. Amazing, amazing creativity there. And just before I introduce our first speaker who is going to give us welcome remarks, I just want to inform you that on your table you will find the Wi-Fi password, but also the agenda. There is a copy on your table. And if you look around you, there is a screen, the digital signage over there. You can scan that QR code and get to know more about, the International Center for Research on Women, but also about their amazing partners, MasterCard Foundation. So you get to learn more about the behind-the-scenes project, which is why we are here today. And most times it's often said, in such conferences, some people enter different rooms, but if you're here and you are not meant to be in this room, you're in the right place. Just, to let you know, in case you are not aware why we're here for the behind-the-scenes project. We're having a dissemination event, particularly for Uganda, the Ugandan study and findings, which you'll find out at a later time. And the whole conversation is really going to revolve around advancing gender equity within Uganda's creative sector. If that is not enticing enough to make you remain in the room, then I do not know what else will be. Ladies and gentlemen, to officially set the tone for today's engagement, I would like to invite Miss Anne Kutu, who is a board member at the International Center for Research on Women, to give us welcome remarks. And as Miss Anne comes forward, I just want to read briefly her bio, or a little bit about her, in case you do not know. Miss Anne Kutu is a consultant with the Nordic Consulting Group Uganda Limited, and is a multidisciplinary social scientist with a master's degree in development management and administration from the University of Manchester in the United Kingdom. She has extensive experience on gender equality and social inclusion, monitoring and evaluation, program management, human rights, and governance issues obtained from a career with government, development agencies, and consultancy work. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Miss Anne, who is our amazing board member at ICRW. You're welcome.
Thank you, Pauline. Before I make my remarks, I think we really need to give a hand clap to our young creatives and to the little girl who played. Thank you for such beautiful music and for starting our morning in such a peaceful way. I was thinking I could listen to this all morning, and I think the rest of you agree as well. But distinguished representatives of government, our partner, the MasterCard Foundation, members of the creative industry, development partners, researchers, members of the media, young creatives, members of the Uganda Country Advisory Group, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The energy is low. Good morning. I'm wishing you a good morning. Take it and receive it. I'm great. On behalf of the board and leadership of the International Center for Research on Women, Africa, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the Uganda dissemination of the Behind the Scenes project. Uganda's creative sector is an important source of livelihoods, enterprise, culture expression, and opportunity for our growing generation of young people. From music, film and performing arts, to fashion, visual arts, publishing, crafts and digital content, Ugandans, and especially the younger ones, are building careers and businesses from their creativity. Yet, the opportunities created by this growth are not experienced equally. The Behind the Scenes project was undertaken to better understand these inequalities, with particular attention to the experiences of young women. Across 7 African countries, including Uganda, the research has examined the conditions under which young people enter, work, and progress and build careers in the creative sector. Importantly, young creatives have not simply been respondents in this work. They have contributed to generating and interpreting the evidence and identifying what needs to change. Today is therefore more than just sharing a research project. It is an opportunity to bring the evidence into conversation with the people who can act on it. And that is the government, industry, creative associations, training institutions, development partners, researchers, and creatives themselves, many of whom are represented in this room. The timing is particularly important for Uganda because as the country continues to strengthen its cultural and creative industries through ongoing policy processes, we also have an opportunity to ensure that the sector's growth is accompanied by fairer opportunities and viable career pathways for young women. And so we at ICRW Africa hope that today's discussions will help us identify practical ways for action and partnership and ensure that the experiences and priorities of young creatives, and particularly young women, inform the decisions that shape the sector. At this point, I would like to thank the MasterCard Foundation for supporting this work. Our government and industry partners, the Uganda Country Advisory Group, our youth researchers, and the ICRW research team. Most importantly, I want to thank the young creatives who generously shared their experiences, challenges, and aspirations with us. It is because of that that we can confidently say that our research is grounded in their voices. So once again, I warmly welcome you to this meeting. I look forward to a productive discussion, but more importantly, I'm looking forward to what we can collectively take forward beyond today. So thank you again for coming, and we're looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much, Miss Anne. Let's clap for Miss Anne once again. Thank you for those insightful remarks and, welcoming us and reminding us that today's conversation is very important, not only to the creative sector, but to so many other aspects within the development partnership field, but also the government, and for consideration by everyone in this room. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I would like to invite our amazing representative from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, who is in the room. Our next speaker brings an important government and social development perspective to today's conversation. You can't do much without working with the government in any country around the world. As we discuss gender equality in Uganda's creative sector, it is important to situate these conversations within the broader work of government to promote gender equality, social inclusion, family well-being, and equitable opportunities for all. I would definitely like to introduce Mr. Mupapa Moses Pabin, who is the Senior Social Development Officer, Family at the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. He will share with us remarks from the ministry's perspective. We are delighted to have you here. Let's clap for him. Thank you for the music interlude.
Thank you, Patience. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I think it is important to me to re-echo my names. Pabin Mupapa Moses are my names. I work with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. The headquarters is just here on George Street behind CPS. I work as a senior social development officer, and greetings from the political leadership of the ministry. And greetings and apology from the Commissioner, Culture and Family Affairs, Mr. Bakayeru Bega. He had confirmed to be with us here, but because of changes here and there, I'm here to represent him. Remarks by Mr. Bakayeru Bega, Commissioner, Culture and Family Affairs, during the opening of the research dissemination event behind the scene project advancing gender equity in Uganda's creative sector. Let me write down already the protocols established. Good morning. It is a pleasure and privilege to join you on behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development at this important research dissemination event on behind the scene, advancing gender equity in Uganda's creative sector. Let me begin by congratulating ICRW and its partners, particularly the MasterCard Foundation, for undertaking this important study and for bringing together government, researchers, practitioners, creative sector, stakeholder, to reflect on its finding. The Ministry appreciates evidence-based research of this nature because it provides us with a strong basis for designing policies, programs, and interventions that respond to realities experienced by our citizens. The findings before us are both important and sobering. Uganda's creative sector is one of the country's dynamic energy of socio-economic growth. The invitation indicates that the women constitute more than half of the creative workforce. Yet the sector continues to experience entrenched gender disparities that affect women's participation, career progression, and long-term retention. The policy brief, which was shared with me, the Commissioner now, gives us a much deeper understanding of what these inequalities look like in practice. The study, which involved 495 younger women creatives aged between 15 to 35 years, documents concerns relating to unequal pay, limited access to high-value opportunity and leadership positions, harassment, sexual propositions, unsafe working environments, inadequate recognition, and significant care responsibilities. These are not merely statistics. Behind every statistics is a younger woman whose talent, creativity, livelihood, and potential contribution to Uganda may be constrained because of circumstances that have little to do with her ability. The findings on unpaid care and domestic responsibilities are significant. Many women creative are required to balance their creative work with child care. Cooking, managing the home. The study reports that 64% of the respondents had experienced gender-related burden linked to care work, care responsibility, while 25% reported having to forego job opportunities because of child care or domestic responsibilities.
This tells us that gender inequality in the creative sector is not confined to workplace. It is connected to the wide social, economic, and institutional structures. Government's position. At the ministry, as the ministry responsible for gender equality, labor, and social development, we take these findings seriously. Uganda has made significant progress in promoting gender equality and women participation in socio-economic development. However, research such as this reminds us that having women present in an industry is not the same as ensuring that they participate on equal terms, are safe, are fairly rewarded, and have opportunities to advance into leadership. The ministry therefore welcomes the recommendation contained in the policy brief, particularly those calling for stronger gender-responsive regulations, improved workplace safety, transparent pay practices, written contracts, access to social protection, targeted training and leadership pathway for women, as well as a stronger institutional mechanism for reporting and responding to harassments and discrimination. I will later address myself to the proposal that Uganda should consider a gender equity certification for creative enterprises that meet defined standards on pay, safety, and leadership, and to address how gender-responsive reforms can move from recommendation to requirements for enterprises seeking government recognition or support, which is timely and constructive proposal. A call for action. Ladies and gentlemen, the creative sector has enormous potential to contribute to Uganda's socio-economic transformation. It creates employment, provides livelihood, promotes our identity and heritage, entertains and educates our society, provides younger people with opportunity to express their creativity and participate in the economy. But the sector cannot achieve its full potential if significant proportion of its workforce continues to face barrier because of gender. The challenge before us, therefore, is not simply to increase the number of women participating in the creative sector. Our objective must be to create a creative economy in which women can enter, remain, earn, lead, strive, and on equal terms. I therefore encourage all stakeholders here today to treat this research not simply as a report to be launched and shelved, but as a basis for action. Let us translate its finding into practical intervention. Let us strengthen our policy and regulatory framework. Let us support creative enterprises to establish safe and inclusive workplace. Let us strengthen women's access to high-value opportunity and leadership, and let us create effective mechanisms through which harassment, discrimination, and exploitation can be reported and addressed. The Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development welcomes this conversation and looks forward to working with ICRW, MasterCard Foundation, the creative industry, and other government departments to ensure that the evidence generated through this behind-the-scene project contribute to meaningful and sustainable challenge. Let me once again commend ICRW and its partner for the important work. I wish you a fruitful deliberation and, most importantly, concentrate commitments that will move us from evidence to policy, from policy to implementation, from implementation to measurable challenges in the lives of women, men working in the Uganda creative sector. I thank you. Thank you very much for listening to me. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mupapa. Let's clap for him once again. He mentions very, very pertinent points. I don't know if you took note of this. He said the government strives to ensure that the creatives enter that sector, not only enter, but remain That is a very powerful statement, because that is a challenge that you're going to see later in the research findings, that a lot of our creatives leave the sector. So, and that is why we're having conversations today to ensure that they remain there. But beyond remaining, he says they should lead, because leadership is what makes a lot of difference and impact in the sector. And beyond leading, they need to stride for equal terms and opportunities within the sector. So thank you. Let's clap for him once again. And of course, we are very excited for the gender and equity certifications that will come with time. These are commitments we do not take for granted at ICRW. We really appreciate the partnership and good working relationship with the government of Uganda. I think I'm a little bit biased, but the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development is one of the most responsive ministries in Uganda. When you give just one twitch of, a recommendation, they're already working on it head over heels. And I'm saying that because I have seen it in action and I've benefited from that. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I would like us to shift the conversation now from the government perspective to our development partners, MasterCard Foundation. In the room today, we have Mr. Tom Aredo, who is also representing the country director, Uganda, for MasterCard Foundation. Mr. Tom did not come alone. He came with a team. I'm sure he'll introduce his team when he's going to speak. But as a key partner, MasterCard Foundation has supported the work that ICRW has done, from the research, even before that, to our conversation today. MasterCard Foundation has been an important partner in efforts to expand opportunities for young people across Africa, and its partnership in this research reflects the importance of understanding the structural barriers that shape young people's participation and opportunities within different sectors, particularly for today's conversation, the creative economy. It is therefore my pleasure to invite Mr. Tom Aredo from the MasterCard Foundation to share his remarks and perspectives on the partnership that we have and today's conversation. As Mr. Tom walks forward, I just want to read briefly about him. Mr. Tom Aredo is a certified public accountant. Guys, the voice of the money. Are we hearing? I don't know why you're very calm, because I'm sure Mr. Tom can decide to just walk away with all the money, but we hope he does it. As the voice of the money, Mr. Tom Aredo is the country head of finance and accounting at MasterCard Foundation, and we're excited to hear from you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Patience, for scaring the room. It was not my intention that that happened. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now, that is too calm again. Normally, I know myself as being very calm, but this room is tending to be more calm than me. I'm wondering what the problem is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, a bit fair, but we can go with that. Thank you so much, Anne and Moses, for the opening remarks that you've made. And I think they set a very good scene of what is happening here. And I'm very glad to be part of this discussion today. Like Patience mentioned, I came with colleagues from the foundation. I would request them to stand up so that you can see where they are. Yes. It's unfortunate that the gender representation is not very aligned. As a foundation, we are more focused on women. But for today's representation, we said, fine, let's go that way. But next time we'll do better. Victor is our lead for the creatives section, and Ikras is a colleague also supporting the same. So kindly take your seats. Distinguished guest representatives from government, development partners, implementing organizations, members of the creative and cultural industries, colleagues, young people, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning once more. Yeah, it's really my pleasure to join you today as we reflect on the insights and lessons emerging from the behind the scenes project, and more importantly, on what they mean for the future of the creative and cultural industries in Uganda. On behalf of the MasterCard Foundation, I want to express our sincere gratitude to the International Center for Research on Women and all our partners, stakeholders, and especially the young female creatives and others whose voices, experiences, and leadership have shaped this research project. The creative and cultural industries are increasingly recognized as engines of economic growth, innovation, identity, and social transformation across Africa, bringing in over 4.2 billion annually and making up 8.2 of jobs. That's very critical for us to take note of. It creates opportunities for the young people. Now that is huge, and it shows how important data and insights are for knowing what actually works, for enabling environments and unlocking opportunities for young people. At my table, someone was asking me, why are we investing in this? And it's very important to have data. It's very important to have information that informs every decision that you make. So that's very important for us to look at. Yet the sector's potential cannot be fully realized unless it is inclusive. All the starting remarks have pointed to that. Inclusive, safe, and equitable for everyone. Particularly young women who continue to face structural barriers that limit their opportunities and participation. And the remarks from the Gender Ministry have highlighted that, meaning that it's something that is aligned all over. We all see it's our actions that then will help us get out of it. The behind the scenes project was designed not only to understand these challenges, but also to identify practical solutions that can transform the creative sector in Africa and in Uganda in particular into a space where young women can thrive professionally, exercise their agency, and contribute fully to development. It was heartwarming to see these young women exercising their talents and their giftings in this kind of meeting. And those are the opportunities we want to see coming out more and more in the different places that we go to. Today's gathering is therefore much more than a simple opportunity to present our research findings. And I would want each one of us to reflect on that. We are not just presenting research findings. It's an opportunity to learn from evidence, celebrate progress, listen to the experiences of young female creatives, and collectively identify the actions needed to strengthen policies, institutions, and industry practices that shape opportunities for youth creatives. Evidence is most valuable when it informs decisions, influences policy, and inspires collective action. And that again responds to the question that I was asked at my table. We really want to make sure that we are influencing policy and shaping the next actions that we take, informed by these findings. At the MasterCard Foundation, we believe that young people are not simply participants and beneficiaries of our programs, but they are the innovators, entrepreneurs, creators, and leaders. Our ambition is to enable 30 million young people in Africa. Of those, 21 million young women to access dignified and fulfilling work by 2030. That is across Africa. In Uganda, that number is about 4.3 million young people, and of those, about 3 million should be young women. Achieving this ambition requires strong partnerships, locally grounded evidence, and shared commitment to translating insights into meaningful policies and practices to drive system change. Strong partnerships are critical for us because that is how we can deliver programs that touch the young people. And we are grateful for the partnership with ICRW in that effect. As you may be aware, this year in particular is significant for us as we celebrate 20 years of the MasterCard Foundation. Throughout this milestone year, we have been reflecting on a simple but powerful theme: creating impact together. That is our theme for this year, creating impact together, and it's informed by us making that milestone of being in existence for 20 years. Every single word that makes up that theme is important, but that word together is perhaps the most important word in our work. Creating impact together, and that word together is what is very critical. Why? It points to working together. It points to partnerships, like I've mentioned earlier on. Partnerships are very important for us because it's the only way our advantages are taken, are leveraged on, such that we all bring in our very best in the work that we do. Everything we have achieved over the 2 decades and everything we hope to achieve in the years ahead depends on strong partnerships. The word partnerships is coming over and over. We are emphasizing it because we know how important it is. We are encouraged by the partnerships that have made this work possible and led by the commitment demonstrated by government institutions. The Ministry of Gender, we are particularly very grateful for your engagement and support through this. Creative industry stakeholders, I know most of you are here. Civil society organizations and young people themselves. Sustaining this momentum will require continued collaboration, investment, and accountability from all of us. Let's have full accountability of the deliberations that happen here. It shouldn't be another scenario of let's talk through, generate a report, and pack it. All of us are much more excited when we action and pick up recommendations from this kind of meetings. As we engage in today's discussions, I encourage each participant to reflect on how the evidence presented can translate into concrete action and improved experiences for young creatives. Let us ask ourselves a few questions. And the first one is, what changes are needed? We know the creative sector, we know what the creatives look like. What changes are needed? Who must lead them? Who must lead these changes? It's important not to point the finger. It's most important to focus on yourself who is in this room. How are you participating in leading these changes? And how can we work together to ensure that the recommendations emerging from this study become a reality? How can we work together to make sure that these recommendations become a reality? They don't become part of the archives that we have generated over years and piled somewhere, but we really make sure that we take advantage of them. I would want to thank you once again for the contributions to the successful implementation of the behind-the-scenes project and helped bring together diverse stakeholders to elevate youth voices. Voices that are too often absent from decision-making and ensure they inform policy and program discussions. I wish you all engaging and productive discussions as we continue with the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for Mr. Tom once again. I know you mentioned the gender parity in the team, but we're actually happy that you came that way as well. Because if you look around you, many times you walk into a room and we're speaking about gender equality and it's only women. but you know that it's a very, very important conversation to have with the men, and most importantly in the creative sector. We cannot achieve gender equity when half of the room is missing. So for the gentlemen who are here, the team that you came with from the MasterCard Foundation, please stay in the room, listen, please speak, and please be allies as we are, fronting the work for gender equity within Uganda's creative sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I know I've been having so many conversations, right? We've been so serious. First turn to your neighbor and respond and tell them, when someone tells you creative, what comes in your mind? Creative, what do you think about? Creation, creation. I need an examiner. Who else? Exciting? Okay. Any other? I'm trying to eavesdrop on your tables. What else? Innovation. When you hear creative, what do you think of? Pardon? Okay. As you're thinking about that, because today's conversation is about the creative economy, so we'll have that. Even at your tea break, you'll mention that. At this point, before we get deeper into the behind-the-scenes project, it's important to say a little about the International Center for Research on Women, about the institution that has convened us here today. At ICRW Africa, we are an independent, African-led, and majority female-governed organization. We are also unapologetically Afrofeminist, and we are fiercely action-oriented. At the beginning, remember we said we are sharing evidence, we are having dialogue, and we are taking action, not just sitting. To tell us more about who we are, what we stand for, and the work that brings us together today, please join me in welcoming Dr. Lynette Arisa. As Dr. Lynette comes forward, I just want to read briefly about her for those who might not know. And, Dr. Lynette has come all the way. I don't know if she slept in Uganda today or she just came directly from the airport, but Dr. Lynette Arisa is a senior research scientist, Women and Youth Economic Opportunity and Security, based at the ICRW Nairobi office, where she leads in proposal development, research design, and implementation. For over a decade, Lynette has worked in the financial sector in the area of research and capacity building with extensive experience extensive experience in work around gender and equity. Her current work at ICRW includes overseeing the Women Empowerment Program, youth programming, and also security and the opportunity programs really around economic development. She leads in research design, dissemination of evidence, and policy advocacy, and she has worked throughout East and Southern Africa. This is only a brief of her bio. As you can see, I was fidgeting to summarize it, but put your hands together for Dr. Lisa Arisa, and as we say in Swahili, karibu sana daktari.
Na mimi nasema asante sana. So in Kenya, the Gen Zs, we greet each other sasa. So when we say sasa, we answer fit. So that's how we greet each other. You know, when somebody else introduces you, you sometimes get surprised whether she's actually talking about you, or you are tempted to look around and see whether you share a name with someone else. Yeah, so I appreciate the welcome in Uganda, and I bring Kenya greetings, especially from the Gen Zs. Sasa? Good, exceeding expectations. So, as my colleague Patience said, there are some who are in this room, maybe who wonder okay, what is this ICRW? I was telling another friend I work for the International Center for Research on Women, and she was asking me, so you research on everything women, including hairstyle, including... So So allow me to just summarize on what we are, so that even us in the room, when we get out there and someone is asking you, you were in a meeting for ICRW, what does they really do? So you can easily summarize and refer them to the website to just know more. So ICRW was established in 1976 as a research institution with global and regional presence. So for over 50 years now, the ICRW has set a global agenda for equity, inclusion, and action-oriented research with a globally connected network of researchers and research users. And I believe that those of us in this room are still connected to us, either as fellow researchers or as research users. And I would like to state that our research doesn't end on the shelves or as published articles, as you know about research and the scholars, but it informs policy. That's why you heard the government say how they are going to implement the findings of this report. It informs decision making and even program design. And through our Gender Center of Excellence, we also support the next generation of researchers. You've had my colleagues mention youth researchers. This project had that component, so we support the next generation of researchers. And through this, we've really created people who we can rely on after us. And as I am here, I'm proud to have a co-author in this room. We co-authored with one youth researcher here, the Kenya policy brief for this project and an evidence brief for this project for Kenya. I know she's Ugandan, but me being an academic mother to her, I wouldn't mind if she stands, because if you guys start beating me, at least she will protect me. So I don't know where my co-author is. Daniela, are you here? Yes. So I usually address her as my upcoming doctor. I think I'm the only one who has a free ticket to her graduation when she becomes a doctor. So it's a courtesy of the MasterCard Foundation. We've mentored such, and they've managed to fellowship in various countries. As you will hear as we progress, this is a 7-country research, and we've had the youth researchers fellowship. Maybe a Ugandan goes to Rwanda, the Rwandan one goes to Nigeria for such exchange, so that we can have all-rounded researchers as they emerge. And they've been very valuable in that area. Our focus areas that we focus on climate action, where we believe that women and other marginalized populations have the power to lead on climate solutions. So they can voice themselves out, and they can speak about it, and they can inform decision making without just making decisions on their behalf, especially on the climate action. We also focus on economic opportunity and security, and where we believe that women, girls, and other marginalized population have equal opportunity to support themselves and lead dignified, fulfilling, and resilient lives, and being economically empowered. So we raise their voices on their behalf after we've listened to them. We document and ensure that they are well heard without them being overlooked. We also focus on health and reproductive rights, where we believe that young mothers or adolescent mothers have the rights to lead their way, and they can still thrive, they can still lead dignified lives, they can still achieve their career their life doesn't end just because they are adolescent mothers. They still can lead dignified lives, and we raise their voices in various avenues so that they can also emerge as they had dreamt of in their lives. We also focus on equitable social norms and power dynamics, whereby we believe in equitable gender norms by eliminating harmful power dynamics like gender-based violence, and really speaking for those who cannot be heard to eliminate such power dynamics. So in this area of research, or just in this creative economy, which is under the economic opportunity and security, we intend to generate more data. So we don't intend to end here. So we intend to generate more data in this creative sector, not only on inequities, but also other aspects of the creative sector that can make the women creatives thrive more and generate revenue or the GDP of our African nations. And we also intend to focus on emerging issues like AI, mental health, and global connectivity, and see how it can entice or it can make this sector thrive more and contribute to our African GDP. And as we know, we are really facing acute youth unemployment, and this sector is one of our dependable sectors. So we intend to generate more data and more data across Africa and across the globe as we really speak about this matter. So as we are here, I believe now we can speak about ICRW comfortably, and if not, still there is a QR code there. You can scan, go to our website, learn more, and still know much. And we are here, we can continue interacting. Asante sana.
Asante, Daktari. Let's clap for her once again. Thank you so much for sharing with us about ICRW, and I hope from here we are able to be advocates of ICRW and share so much about, you know, the work that is being done. But one thing that stood firm for us is that at ICRW, as she said, research is part of the larger journey, but from evidence to influence, from influence to action, and from action to meaningful change is what really summarizes the work that we do. I hope we have been able to appreciate that. And at this point, we are going to have an amazing performance from Dance and Beats Culture Troupe. As they get prepared, you know, I was just thinking about, oh, my Swahili. You know, in Ugandan schools, they teach us Swahili right from when you're in primary, as you grow up. But some of us, I dropped out twice. And the only Swahili that I remember very well was, I remember in primary, the teacher would always say, you cannot ask to go for a short call in English. So that was the first sentence I learned, even before the nitty-gritties of asking for food. It was a must to learn that, tafadhali mwalimu, minaomba kwenda msalani. And if you do, I really learned it. So that was how much it's important to learn language. But I know it's really far-fetched, but as an icebreaker, I hope that dance troupe is ready. Are we? Okay. Over to you, Dance and Beats troupe.
Yelonge sapere tumia bora, sapere tunia bora. Yelonge longe le sapere tumia, kopango yele sapere tunia. Ayara. Yelonge longe le sapere tumia, kopango yele sapere tunia. Yelonge longe le sapere tumia bola, sapere tunia. Yelonge sapele to me, you was sapele to me, Pambada. Yelonge longe sapele to me, Ambora, sapele to me. Ayenga yenga radio, ayenga yenga radio ya. Ayenga yenga radio, ayenga yenga radio. Que cura do, que cura que flaminga. Tu me cula que cura do, que cura que flaminga. Longe sapere pora sapere tunia. Aya. Iya longe le sapere tumia kopango yele sapere tumia. Iya longe sapere tumia bora we sapere tumia. Bola. Iyo mwasi yo. Mwasi yo, mwasi yo, iyo musala lingi na bengo, oh kima musala muziki yo mama, yeah dola sanga yamani dola, yeah dola sanga yamani dola. Sango yakina malia wewe. Sango yakina malia wewe. Dia mayemuna ye. Ya mayemuna ye. Ya mayemuna ye. Ya mayemuna ye. Yeah, mayemuna ye. Yeah, mayemuna ye. Ta. Yo, masiyo yo. Yo, musala. Yeah, musala lingi bade. Oh, kima musala muziki. Oh mama. Yo, masiyo yo. Iyo musala lingi na bengo. O kima musala muziki. Yeah, mayemuna ye. 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 Yeah, mayemuna. Yeah, mayemuna ye. Yeah, mayemuna ye. Yeah, mayemuna ye. Tia longo sapele tumia kopango yele sapele tunia. Nia longo sapele tumia bola sapele tunia. Ayenga radio. Ayenga radio. Que cura do, que cura que flamingo ya. Aye zimbunemo, ulele, aguala la moye. Aye zimbunemo, ulele, aguala la moye. Longe sapere tumia bora, iwe sapere tumia.
Sapere tumia bola, ye sapere tumia.
Longe sapere tumia bola, we sapere tumia.
Longe sapere tumia bola, sapere tumia.
Ye sapere tumia do koma tumia lenga, yele sapere tumia.
Sapere tumia bola.
Mayemuna ye. Hallelujah, wanna be lo bakuro tubanga ni maro.
Hallelujah, wanna
wanu binu pakuru lubanga ni maro.
Hallelujah, wana bilo bakuro tubanga ni maro Yesu.
Hallelujah, wanu binu pakuru lubanga ni maro.
Hey, hallelujah, wana bilo bakuro tubanga ni maro Yesu.
Hallelujah, wanu binu pakuru lubanga ni maro.
Ye ni maro.
Ni maro kanyugina para ni maro.
Ye ni maro Yesu. Ye ni maro ye. Ye ni maro Yesu. Ye ni maro Yesu. Hallelujah, wana bilo bakuro tubanga ni maro Yesu.
Hallelujah, wanu binu pakuru lubanga ni maro.
Hallelujah, wana bilo bakuro tubanga ni maro Yesu.
Hallelujah, wanu binu pakuru lubanga ni maro.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana abojobe Korintia. Abojobe Korintia. Babisemerize naliana. Ebigambo bisemerize naliana. Ebigambo bisemerize naliana. Abojobe Korintia.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Abojobe Korintia.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Yebojobe Korintia.
Bisemerize
abojobe Korintia.
Bisemerize naliana.
Bojo munyano kulemba tebeize.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana. Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Bojo saba tugende.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Abojobe Korintia.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Bojo aborunyege mu rusabe.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana. Ebigambo bisemerize naliana. Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Ebigambo bisemerize.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Samba ruchi.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Samba ruchi.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Kiko gambirota.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Kiko gambirota.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Samba ruchi.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Samba ruchi.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana. Ebigambo bisemerize naliana. Samba ruchi.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Samba kike.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Samba kike.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Samba bodi.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Kiko gambirota.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Kiko gambirota.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Bojo gambirota.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Bojo gambirota.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Bojo gambirota.
Ebigambo bisemerize naliana.
Yeyiwe ndo. Yeyiwe samba rojende ndola.
Yoweri yowe
Yeyiwe ndola. Yeyiwe samba rojende ndola.
Yoweri yowe
Yeyiwe ndola. Yeyiwe samba rojende ndola.
Yoweri yowe
Yeyiwe ndola. Yeyiwe samba rojende ndola.
Yoweri yowe
Yeyiwe samba rojende bukago.
Yoweri yowe
Yeyiwe samba rojende bukago.
Yoweri yowe
Yeyiwe samba rojende.
Yoweri yowe
Samba rojende ndola.
Yoweri yowe
Yeyiwe samba rojende ndola.
Yoweri yowe
Yeyiwe samba rojende bukago.
Yoweri yowe
Yeyiwe ndola. Yeyiwe samba rojende bukago.
Yoweri yowe
Yeyiwe ndola. Yeyiwe samba rojende bukago.
Yoweri yowe
Yeyiwe ndola. Yeyiwe samba rojende bukago. Yeyiwe ndola. Yeyiwe samba rojende ndola.
Yoweri yowe
Kabaira bamnyanyi wako akanyonyi kano.
Kabaira bamnyanyi wako nikekoza.
Wako akanyonyi kano.
Kabaira bamnyanyi wako nikekoza.
Kabaira bamnyanyi wako akanyonyi kano.
Kabaira bamnyanyi wako nikekoza. Kabaira bamnyanyi wako nikekoza.
Kabaira bamnyanyi wako akanyonyi kano.
Kabaira bamnyanyi wako nikekoza. Kabaira bamnyanyi wako nikekoza.
Kabaira bamnyanyi wako akanyonyi kano.
Kabaira bamnyanyi wako nikekoza. Kabaira bamnyanyi wako nikekoza.
Kabaira bamnyanyi wako akanyonyi kano.
Kabaira bamnyanyi wako nikekoza. Kabaira bamnyanyi wako nikekoza. Kabaira bamnyanyi wako nikekoza.
Thank you, the dance and beats.
Okay, a round of applause
The
for our
dance and
dancers. I think the only people who are getting awards today, Dr. Lynette, and then Chiravo. I don't know the rest of you. I hope we're marking the faces so that we don't serve them lunch. When lunch comes, the coupon is dancing. So thank you so much, Dance and Beats Culture Troupe. Let's clap for them once again. You know, the only time that we were dancing compulsorily in most African homes is when visitors come and you have to dance as entertainment for the visitors. I don't know if any of you did that, but some of us would even dance to songs like Love is Wicked, and now you only know it in action when you're understanding that love is indeed wicked. Okay? Yeah. So at this point, we're about to hear more about the BtS, Behind the Scenes Project, regional overview, you know, from our expert in the house. I know he didn't do this all alone, and he'll probably speak about the team, but at a later time, we'll also hear the different findings led by Ms. Chirabo. And then we'll go for a short break. I wanted to say commercial break, but we'll have a tea break. And then we'll return to have a panel conversation, have Q&A, and then we get to the conclusion of today's events. I hope it's not such a long and tedious program. I think we're having fun while at it. Now, before I invite Mr. Venantius to take us through what the Behind the Scenes project has been, what the journey looked like, you know, and why exactly we're here today, I just want to ask you to take out your phone, your smartphone, not the Nokia one. Please, can I see your phone? Please take it out. Open the camera. You can whisper to your neighbor. I don't know if they like selfies, but this is the moment. We're here with creative, so we have to also be creative. Clean that camera, because some of you hold it with some honor. So clean the camera and take a selfie with your neighbor or the person next to you on the table. Please, I'm not seeing selfies. Your only excuse if you have a Nokia button phone. But even with a Nokia, you can turn it to the back. Okay, I'm not seeing the selfies. I'm only seeing Dr. Lynette's table. I'm seeing Mr. Tom taking a selfie. Mr. Mupapa, over there. At the back. I'm not seeing selfies. Okay. I hope you have saved them and not deleted the selfies. You know, you might end up deleting it, and then after you're like, And please send the selfies to your friends, because you don't want to ask up to Christmas and the selfie has not arrived. Anyway, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, now to your attention, beyond the selfies, we are going to really hear about the Behind the Scenes project. It was implemented across 7 African countries, as you'll hear from Mr. Venantius Chirana. And the beauty of a multi-country initiative like this is that it allows us to listen closely to local realities while also recognizing the wider structural patterns. But today, while we are part of a wider African conversation, our focus firmly here is Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to briefly read out the profile of Mr. Venantius, who will walk forward. I know he's a very humble person, but he worked hard to get those titles. He's a monitoring and evaluation specialist based out of the ICRW Africa office. He leads the monitoring, evaluation, accountability, research, and learning of projects focusing on sexual reproductive health and rights, gender-based violence, and inclusive economic empowerment. For over 12 years, Venantius has gathered experience in the design, execution, and quality assurance of multi-partner monitoring, evaluation, and research frameworks. He has mastered documentation of project results, outcomes, impact, and utilizing this evidence to inform advocacy and policy actions to enhance social justice. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an expert with us. That means the Behind the Scenes project was in the right hands. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Venantius.
I pray that was not exaggerated. Once again, good morning to you all. We welcome you in a special way to our last dissemination meeting of all the 7 disseminations that we've had so far. So kindly give yourselves a pat, an applause by clapping for yourselves. It's not been easy, but I thank the team, of course led by Dr. Risa. So the main purpose of the behind the scenes project was to ensure that we transform evidence to dignifying and fulfilling work, especially for young female creatives. So that is the overall outcome. I know it's aligned with the strategic objectives of the MasterCard Foundation. It's a good feeling to attend the last dissemination of all the 7. As mentioned, this project took place in 7 countries, starting from the Horn, Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Ghana, Nigeria, and Senegal, the only francophone country that we've had for this project. Note that these countries are all the MasterCard Foundation implementing countries in Africa. So we were intentional. In most of the countries, we have been working with academic institutions or research institutions affiliated to academic institutions. In Ethiopia, we worked with an organization that is affiliated to the University of Addis Ababa. In Kenya, ICRW Africa led, and in Uganda, the extension of ICRW Africa, that is ICRW Uganda. In Rwanda, we worked with the University of Rwanda. In Ghana, we worked with the University of Cape Coast. And in Nigeria, we worked with the University of Lagos. And in Senegal, we also worked with an institution affiliated to the University of Cop. I mean, the pronunciation might be difficult for me, but we worked with an institution affiliated to a university. Allow me to just give you a brief of the structures of these projects. They have been uniform across the 7 countries. Of course, the principal investigators per country. In Uganda, we have been led by Chirabo. I've been co-PI with Chirabo. And in Kenya, it was led by Dr. Risa. I, in a way, also have been a co-PI for Kenya. We also had a structure called the Youth Researchers, just to link into our strategic objectives and focus, but also the foundation's focus. Of course, we are International Center for Research on Women. Of course, all issues in the world are around women, isn't it? So I just want to demystify that we are not only looking at women as women, but all issues, be it agriculture, which is part of the women economic empowerment. It is also a women issue in a way in Africa. I don't want to get into the dynamics of that, but so we had a structure that had youth researchers who were supposed to be 70%, over 70% young women. In Uganda, we only have one gentleman who is part of the youth researchers. Kindly stand up for recognition. That is the only guy who has been around. Around 13 other, among the 13 youth researchers for Uganda. And the youth researchers for Uganda, please stand up for recognition. So in a special way for Uganda, we started with one man, but along the way, the women multiplied and had two other people join us. I know one of the guys is in the room, the other guy. Sumaya, where is that guy? Okay, and also Franklin gave us another colleague. So basically, that is the guy. Sumaya, please stand up. That is the guy who joined the youth researchers. Franklin also gave us someone, but that guy has not been able to come today. But Franklin, please stand up for recognition. So in a nutshell, we ended up with 15 youth researchers trying to strike a balance. And we almost tended to the 30% that the foundation and us agreed on at the beginning of the project. So the youth researcher structure, just to borrow the words of the previous speakers, is intended to just make sure that we have sustainability in evidence generation. So these youth researchers started as beneficiaries, but in a few weeks after their selection as youth researchers, they became collaborators because all the other country processes were co-designed with the youth researchers. But as we ended the conversation or the project, they became initiators. So the whole cycle of meaningful youth participation. So we are proud of you. I know you will hear them presenting the results, but you will also see them on different platforms, engaging with different people as advocates of gender equity based on the evidence we have. Because it is with the evidence that we do the advocacy. Allow me also mention the third structure of the project. We had the country advisory group. Those of you who are part of the country advisory group and you're here, kindly stand up for recognition. Emma Carlos, Dr. Ben. Please stand up. Mr. Wasula and the others. We are proud of you. You have made this project sustainable. You have made it what it is. Thank you for the advice. Thank you for the direction. So you can imagine we have been working with the youth researchers, but with the guidance of the country advisory group. And this has been across the 7 countries. Now, the last structure of the project, the National Creative Ambassador. Unfortunately, our National Creative Ambassador is not here. She had an emergency, and she was not able to come. But that structure was supposed to, did popularize the project across the different platforms. So the issue was that we had to select someone who was part of the creatives, but someone that can talk about the project on different platforms, on radio, in the community, on social media. So all countries had a national creative ambassador. Of course, the performance across all the structures across countries was relative because of the dynamics, as we will hear from the evidence. But we are proud of the team. Honorable Magola, you're very welcome. She was also part of the country advisory group. So in a special way, allow me thank the team, of course with the leadership of Chirabo. I know Chirabo will lead us in the next sessions, but we thank her for the dedication and the leadership. that we have realized from this project, as you will hear. Now, allow me tie the ends with what my previous speakers have said. We have the evidence. I know gender issues are far from, gender issues and gender equity is far from being realized, but we can try to close the gap. It is our role, all of us, your mother, your cousin, uncle, auntie, in whichever capacity, and you can talk about these issues, as we shall hear the evidence say. Let us take action in our way, in whichever way, micro way. I know there are, we have here representatives of the government and people who work with the legislature. Mr. Wasula, I know you will be instrumental in feeding the Parliamentary Forum on Creatives on some of these feedback. And I know that the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development is also here. Yes, those policies are at macro level. What about in our households? How do we ensure that we pass on this information to the people we live with so that the policies find somehow a clear ground for proper implementation? So it is our role to create change, to ensure that we have dignifying and fulfilling work, especially for our young female creatives. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Venatius. Let's clap for him once again. He kept saying his titles were too many, but you can see the work they're doing. It's not easy, you know? So we appreciate the work that you do and the team. And also one thing, if you notice, ICRW is full of diversity. They're using the young people, they're using people from different walks of life to have the conversation and not having it without them in the room, which is an important part of advocacy, but also creating impact, okay? So please do not get tired. We are about to get our tea break and then have the conversations with the panel. But at this point, we're going to have a video displayed which shows the journey, at a later time, I guess. So we were supposed to have a video that really summarizes, you know, the journey with the behind the scenes project. But once we get that set, we'll have it played, or you can scan the QR code and follow the events beyond today's conversation. But also, as a Gen Z, we have a hashtag that is trending. You know, everything is going digital. So I would like to invite you to join us. Please keep posting about today's event. I mean, we're dealing with a creative economy, and we said creatives are not silent. They enter and make an appearance. So, and their appearance is often felt and it's lasting. So please, when you're posting on Twitter, that is X, formerly Twitter, I know a number of us have failed to move away from the word, please tag at ICRW Africa, and feel free to use the hashtag Uganda Creative Sector, or hashtag creative economy, hashtag gender equality, or hashtag women in creatives. That is the way to trend. But also we are live on YouTube, we are live on Zoom, so feel free to share the link to as many people as possible. At this point, I would like to invite an amazing creative who is going to give us a performance, spoken word. She likes to, you know, introduce herself just as a spoken word person, but she's more than that. Dr. Irene Esther Mutuzo. She's a Ugandan digital psychologist, AI ethics researcher, assistant lecturer at Makerere University, a TEDx speaker, and award-winning spoken word poet. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the wordsmith.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Dr. Irene Esther Mutuzo, and I wear many hats. I know a lot of people keep asking me, what does a digital psychologist do? I view technology adoption, AI adoption from the psychological, the social, the gender and behavioral lens. But most importantly, I am a creative, I am a poet. And as I was writing this particular piece, it reminded me of almost 10, 15 years ago when spoken word was not a big thing. And I remember one particular incident where a very big company asked me to create a poem for them. They also insisted that I dressed a certain way, and what they told me is that they would be paying me in terms of exposure. Not a single cent. I still went ahead and did the performance with a lot of humility, but it just got me really, really worried and asking myself, what happens to the next generation of poets? Today it's a little bit different because I'm able to sit at a table and negotiate, but there's still not that understanding of how much work goes into creating a piece or performing a piece or presenting and practicing for it. And I hope that this poem touches each and every creative, and it just encourages you to keep writing and keep growing. Thank you very much. I see you. I see you crafting your art fiercely with all your might. I see you crafting those arts fiercely with all your might. I see you pouring out your heart with tireless dedication. With every stroke, you write your story. With every note, every word, every beat, every verse, you pour out your heart with tireless dedication. I see those hard days and long nights when the weight is heavy and your path's unsteady, when your dreams seem shattered, not a win in sight, not enough exposure for being a woman, when you are battered by the one you say you love, yet you dare, yes, you dare to dream of your artistic freedom. I see your blood, sweat, and tears. You facing storms of bias and iniquity in a turbulent sea of injustice filled with pillars of classism and roles of sexism, yet you still stand tall with dignity. I see those long nights and second guesses. I see those broke days and penny cents. I see you cry, tears streaming down your face, asking why it's got to be this hard, asking why it's got to take this much. Is this really all worth it? I see the doubts around you. I see those nasty men around you trying to take advantage. I see you making a case to chase your dream, swimming against life's relentless stream, fighting and losing, winning and failing, rising and falling over and over and over again. But rise up. Yes, rise up, woman, awaken and take your place. Let your talent overflow and inspire endlessly. Let your spirit soar with grace. So rise up, oh yes, rise up, woman, you are not alone. I see a strong army is by your throne. So rise up. Oh yes, rise up, you bowl of creativity, because I see you growing, or I see you morphing. I see you thriving into who you really are. And one day, yes, one day, when the time is right and everything's ripe, ooh, like a flower you will bloom, or you will shine as bright as the sun. And when the world sees you, yes, when the world sees you, they will know that your craft is power, that you are a dynamite, a never ceasing fire. And when the world sees you. Say, when the world sees me. Yes, when the world sees me. When the world sees me, they will know that you are a stronghold that can't be broken, a wave that can't be moved, a tide so strong it can't be shaken. Yes, yours is a powerful story that is yet to be told. So rise up. Yes, rise up, you bowl of creativity. Rise up. Yes, rise up and bask in your beautiful art. The world is waiting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Esther. Let's clap for her once again. It's often said that poetry gives words to what the heart knows, but the tongue struggles to say. I think if you had words that you felt like your tongue was struggling to say, she rightly put them out and you could feel the passion in the room. So thank you so much, Dr. Esther. That was amazing. I've been told that the sound is now okay for the video, and I think we're ready to proceed. Emma? Okay. So enjoy the video and please reflect on the journey as well.
By 2020, music aggregators generated nearly $10 billion in revenue from downloads and ringtones of Africa-based artists' music, according to UNCTAD. Sub-Saharan Africa's creative industry is thriving, employing over 20 million people and generating $5 billion annually. By 2040, it will create 20 million new jobs and $20 billion in revenue. Women are at the heart of this transformation, driving innovation, preserving cultural traditions, and sharing their stories with the world. But their journey is far from easy. Gender disparities pervade the creative sector. The behind-the-scenes project, funded by the MasterCard Foundation and implemented by International Center for Research on Women, that is ICRW, and her partners in 7 African countries, is responding to growing calls for rigorous evidence to enable effective strategies that address gender disparities and barriers in Africa's creative sector. ICRW's partners on the project are University of Rwanda, Organization for Social Science Research in Eastern and Southern Africa, University of Cape Coast, Directorate of Research, Innovation and Consultancy, University of Lagos, the Department of Sociology and Laboratoire de Recherche Économique et Monétaire. In the search for evidence to support efforts to foster dignified and fulfilling work for Africa's young women in the creative sector, the behind-the-scenes project addresses the question, how are the gender norms shaping the creative journeys and aspirations of young women in Africa's creative sector? The project started with reviewing existing published evidence on women creatives across Africa, and the emerging findings are critical and worth sharing widely. From the behind-the-scenes project findings, women are key to the creative sector in the sub-Saharan Africa, contributing significantly to both traditional and modern creative professionals. Despite their vital contributions, women creatives face significant challenges. Firstly, they earn less than men for similar work due to the persistent gender pay gap. Secondly, over 70% work in informal or freelance roles with no contracts or job security. Thirdly, rural women have limited access to markets, training, and resources, affecting their income and creative potential. For instance, women craft makers often lose their markets due to mass-produced artistic products imported from developed countries. Female DJs frequently face safety risks, were traveling late at night after performances, and some women in the film industry report being pressured into inappropriate situations to secure roles. These stories underscore the harsh realities faced by women creatives in the pursuit of success. Discrimination runs deep. Women like me face stereotypes that undervalue our work and label us less capable. Sexual harassment and abuse remain widespread, forcing some to leave the industry. Even to access education and entrepreneurial skills is limited, particularly in women in marginalized communities. Some women creatives get frustrated and leave the sector. Some keep their business small, others accept humiliating working conditions. Despite these barriers, women creatives are rewriting the narrative. Firstly, social media has become a powerful tool for advocacy, networking, and selling their art to global audiences. Secondly, women-led cooperatives are pooling resources to launch innovative projects and support each other. Initiatives like South Africa's She Network are mentoring young women DJs and breaking down industry barriers. I am one of the women challenging stereotypes, building businesses, and transforming the creative sector into a more inclusive and dynamic space. The creative economy in Africa is projected to grow by 40% over the next decade, driven by women and youth. To unlock this potential, action is needed. We need to close the gender pay gap and ensure fair compensation. We need to expand access to funding, markets, and training for women creatives. We need to develop policies that protect women from harassment and ensure safe, dignified workplaces. This behind-the-scenes project research is part of the ongoing multi-country study on women creatives in Africa, whose findings will be used to support policies and creative workplace initiatives that can be empowering for women creatives and ensure their meaningful participation in the sector in Africa. More findings will be as this critical project unfolds and collects more data on the lived experiences of women creatives in Africa. Together, we can transform Africa's creative sector into a global powerhouse and ensure women are at the center of its success.
Thank you very much, ICRW, for compiling the video. I think we were able to see with the different lenses, you know, with empathy to understand the journey, but also, most importantly, we need to appreciate the creatives for sharing their story. It's not easy to speak up about the different difficulties that you face, especially when you need help. And we appreciate you for your courage, and we celebrate you for the work that you do. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we are going to have the Uganda findings. There is a part 1 and part 2, but the whole team is going to be led by Ms. Chirabo Subi, who I will introduce shortly. And then after the presentation about these findings, we'll be able to go for a tea break and then resume for the panel discussion, as I had mentioned earlier. Just before I invite Chirabo, it's important to note that Uganda's creative sector is vibrant and economically significant. It is driven by talent, innovation, culture, and entrepreneurship. But growth does not automatically mean equity, as you have seen in the video. The research behind today's discussion explored the experiences of young women creatives across diverse creative fields. It is my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce Ms. Chirabo. I will briefly read her bio before she steps forward and introduces her team of researchers and the findings that they had. Ms. Chirabo Subi is a research scientist at the International Center for Research on Women. With over 12 years of experience, she leads research, evaluation, and evidence synthesis to strengthen gender-responsive policies and programs across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Chirabo is the principal investigator for the behind-the-scenes study in Uganda. You're very welcome, Ms. Chirabo. Let's put our hands together for her. And I think they have about 30 minutes to take us through the findings, combined 1 and 2, and then we'll have our break, hopefully at exactly 11:35.
Thank you, Patience. I'm really honored to be in this place. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for honoring our invitation. I'd like especially to recognize the presence of the teams that have made this work very possible. The MasterCard Foundation partners, we are really, really very honored and pleased. Thank you. The Country Advisory Group. When we talk about the Country Advisory Group, for Uganda, this entity has a blend of experts coming from different fields. We have people coming in from the government. We have that representation from the Ministry of Gender, from URSB, yeah, from Ministry of Finance. We have a blend of people that are coming in from Equal Opportunities Commission. They are part of the Country Advisory Group. We have the National Cultural Forum. If the Country Advisory Group team could wave a little bit to the congregation so that we recognize your presence. Yes, we have academia. We have, there are quite a number. It's a melting pot of experts. And we have walked this journey together right from the inception phase. It is now 3 years, but it looks like it's not been that long. We've walked this journey together. But I'd also like to especially recognize the youth researchers in Uganda. There are those who are on the registration desk. Please come and say hi to the crowd. Everyone, all the youth researchers. I can see you, Zalia, Solome, please stand. This is your moment to shine. You have put in the work. People on the desk. All of us, please, we are really, really, really honored. I think they are still tending to some guests there. Yeah. And with me, to present the Ugandan findings, I'll be having co-presenters. I'll introduce them, then I'll call upon them when it's their time to speak. But also for the approach of our study, it was a method study. We first undertook a scoping review across Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. And those findings have been showcased in the video. So these are findings that pull together all the literature, all the evidence that was available across sub-Saharan Africa. So today, I'm going to present with my co-presenters the findings for specifically Uganda. In Uganda still, we took a method approach, and in our presentation, you'll be able to get those details. I'd like to welcome Matilda Sang. Matilda Sang is a youth researcher at ICRW. She was one of the MasterCard scholars, but she transitioned into the institution. So as we do this mentorship work, we carry on the young people. They get to transition in different positions. Even amongst the youth researchers, many of them, I think about 90%, have been able to transition in different institutions, different positions, because of the experience that they have obtained along the journey in this particular project. We have mentored them, but we have also learned from them. Personally, I've learned from them, especially around work-life balance, which is very, very important. Yes. So I'd like to welcome Matilda Sang. Then thereafter we shall have Sumaya Nakayovu, who is also a youth researcher, and then Daniela Murunju, who is also a youth researcher. Matilda Sang.
Thank you so much, Shiravo. As she introduced me, my name is Matilda Sang, and I work as a research officer and business development officer at the International Center for Research on Women. It's good to have you all, and thank you for honoring our invite. So for me, I'm going to kind of take you through the introductory part of the research study before we dive into the findings. Initially when we started out, so we, apart from just the primary data which the presentation is going to focus on today, we had, the project had several arms. In research you have to triangulate data from different sources so that it is authentic. So we did a mapping exercise, we did policy analysis, and the mapping exercise also had a few people from the room who validated it. We also did literature review, which translated into that video you just watched. And from all these sources, we had a lot of data. And as you can see, to speak generally about the creative economy, worldwide, it contributes to 6.2% of the total jobs, which is an estimated 50 million jobs. And because of the informality of the sector, some of the data is not captured. So the 50 million might be an underestimation. But to speak specifically about Uganda, as of data from 2013, which is way back then, which tells you how understudied the sector is. It employs about 386,000 people, and annually it contributes to about 576 million, which is about 3% of the national GDP. Okay, to many people this just looks like, data, but across the globe, the sector is considered an economic and social engine which shapes cultural narratives, helps people advance their national identities, and is also being looked at as a new frontier for investments, which is why the Ugandan government included it in the national development plans to include it as a sector for investment, which shows the importance. So for many of you, you might think 576 is a big, revenue, but it is actually not, and this is because of the informality of the sector. These figures show us that the creative economy is economically important, but is weak and underperforming because, first of all, it is underfunded, it is informal, and it has weak policies, which you will see as repeating throughout the study. One thing that also came out from the literature is that the digital technologies create a lot of opportunities. By digital technologies, I mean social media, but the benefits are uneven. And often, this visibility doesn't always translate to income earning by the creatives. Next slide, please. So, because of all these gaps, we were approached, and basically our partner wanted to understand what the dynamics are in Uganda. So as my colleagues have mentioned, we did it across 7 countries, but today we are going to focus on Uganda, which is our country. Next slide. So many of you might ask, why young and why female creatives? So you'll notice that the sector, according to the data that we collected, employs 48.7% young people aged between the age of 18 and 35. 48.7% is a very big number, and we know that the largest demographic group in this country is the youth. So if you're looking into investing and in a new sector, and I'm speaking to developmental partners, I'm speaking to the CSOs in the room, this is where the youth are found. And then, according to the data, 55.8% of the sector are female. So that is why we chose to focus on that group, because of the significant numbers. So you will also notice that there were key barriers that came out from the literature that are plaguing the sector. Our society has a lot of entrenched gender norms, and these gender norms end up seeping into the industry, which affects how it is structured. So, and when these gender norms become entrenched, they end up producing barriers. So some of the barriers that were highlighted in the study include workplace discrimination, exclusion from leadership, the gender pay gap, and the unsafe working spaces, and unpaid care and domestic work. So, and also one interesting fact that came out from the mapping report was that because of, and specifically speaking to exclusion from leadership, we observed that across all the sectors, regardless whether it was music, performing arts, content creation about food, which is called gastronomy, one thing was consistent. Women were at the beginning of the value chain. They create the value. They make these things. They are the majority in tasks that are intense and require a lot of effort. But as you move across the value chain into positions of leadership, contract negotiation, ownership of companies, they fall back, which is a very sad thing, considering that they make a majority of the sector. So moving on to the research objectives, which brings us to the focus now of this study. We sought out to generate evidence on the nature, dynamics, and implications of the gender-based inequities facing the creatives in Uganda, the young female creatives. And second of all, which is the most important, is to provide evidence-based recommendation and best practices that stakeholders can use to support gender equity within the creative sector. Regardless of whichever industry you're investing in, if there is no data, you cannot know how to invest in it. And I'll call upon the next presenter to take us through the next slides. Sumaya, welcome.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Matilda. My name is Nakayo Smaya once again, and I'm going to take you through the methodology that we used and the behind-the-scenes study. Next slide. Okay, now the behind-the-scenes study didn't only concentrate in Kampala, it went beyond. And we went to the 4 regions in Uganda. That's the central, the northern, eastern, and western. You can clearly see the districts that we went in, and we made sure that we also have youth researchers that speak the same language that people in those districts understand. The tools were developed in English, but they were translated in Lugbara, Luganda, Lunyankore, Acholi, and Itesots. The study sites were selected based on feasibility, accessibility, and the concentration of emerging creative communities in those places. Interviews were conducted in a language that was simply understood by participants. Please, next slide. Okay, now the research design for the study. The research design was participatory mixed methods. We had to make sure that we use a participatory mixed approach, bringing forward both quantitative and qualitative. Now, please go back. You're rushing. Sorry. For the quantitative bit of it, we had quantitative surveys, which were 401 in number, that were conducted all over the country. We wanted to measure the experiences of young female creatives and quantify them. That is why we had to use quantitative surveys. We also conducted 20 in-depth interviews with young female creatives. Remember, allow me say this, that we had on board young female creatives between the age of 18 and 35. Now we had one-on-one with them. Those are in-depth interviews. We wanted to capture their lived experiences as young female creatives. And also we carried out FGDs that were 6 in number. Yes, we carried out 6 FGDs. We wanted to capture the collective experiences. These focus group discussions had young female creatives between 6 to 8 of them, and we wanted to capture collectively, to share with us, and then compare their experiences. We also had key informant interviews that were 10 in number with stakeholders in the creative sector, the academia, and other people that we brought on board. The information from key informant interviews provided us with the institutional perceptions, the institutional perspective of the gender-based disparities in the creative sector. We also had photo voice as a method that was used, where we had 12 young female creatives sharing with us their experiences through pictures. We also had, please, you're rushing. We also had storytelling. Stories were shared by young female creatives. We also had creative representations. These were in forms of videos, short films, poems that were shared. We had a very, very well-trained group of youth researchers, and I was among them, that was brought on board throughout this study. The study population, I already mentioned it, between the age of 18 and 35. Also, we sought ethical approval. We know that it's really, really important to be approved to carry out a very, very big research like this across the country. We had to seek ethical approval from the ethics committee, and a permit was got from the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology. For the youth researchers that conducted this study, they were really well groomed on how to conduct trauma-informed research interviews. We had to put in mind safeguarding as we are talking to young female creatives, because this was really a sensitive topic, as the MC earlier shared, that someone standing there to tell you their experiences on what they go through. You don't know what it comes with, those narrations, the emotions. We had to make sure that they sensitized a team of youth researchers on how to conduct trauma-informed interviewing. Yes, the data was collected, and it was well cleaned and analyzed. Quantitative data was analyzed in Stata, and qualitative data was analyzed in NVivo. Also, we had to triangulate the findings. The research didn't stop there, that we've got the findings. We had to sit down and compare based on the methods we used to see the linkage. Now, for example, in case we got like an issue like gender-based discrimination among young female creatives, for the qualitative bit of it, It shows how the discrimination, how it looks like in the eyes of young female creatives. For the key informant interviews, it shows us institutional gaps that energize that discrimination. And then when we get all that and we converge it, it strengthens our understanding of these experiences of young female creatives. Therefore, the data was really triangulated. We had to make comparisons to come to conclusions. Then we rushed to the social demographics, please. The slide of social demographics. Now, when we reached in the field, we had to make sure that we get information from these people that we talked to. For the young female creatives between the age of 18 and 35, as you can see, in brief, I'm going to run through this. Between the age of 18 to 24, they were 43%. Between the age of 25 to 30, they were 38%. Between the age of 31 to 35, they were 19%. We were really, really, really crucial with the age because we didn't want to break ethics. We talked to the research committee that we're going to talk to people between 18 to 35. Now for the education level, we wanted to know what is the education level of these people that we are talking to. And according to the findings, we found that 36% finished secondary education, 19% have a certificate or a diploma, and then 17% have a bachelor's degree. Yes, we were talking to learned people. These people knew what they were doing. At least each of them had a knowledge on what they were doing. And then the relationship and family status. We wanted to know, yes, these people we are talking to, do they have families? Do they have children? And then we found out that 58% were single, please. 34% were married. 8% were separated. Now, these that have family status, these that are married and they have children, we wanted to find out how many children do they have. Yes, these people had kids. We wanted to know how are they balancing these things, motherhood and then creative work. Parents, we found out that 53% were parents. 36% have children, 1 to 2. 17% have 3 or more children. Please. Then we wanted to know, where do these people leave their children when they are going to do creative work? Now, like, for example, let me give myself an example. As I was coming here, I talked to my PI. You know, I want to come, but I have children. I don't have someone to look after the kids. She told me, please carry them. And I have all of them there. Yes, now we wanted to know these young female creatives. Where do they leave their kids when they're going to do creative work? 8% leave their kids with their spouses. 7% leave their kids with their older children. 14% have nannies. 4% take them to daycare services. Daycare services are expensive. 58% leave them to trusted friends and family. Then 4% leave them with their elderly or disabled relatives. Now, as I'm rushing, my minutes are really running so fast. Let's talk about dignifying and fulfilling work. We wanted to know, are these people so proud and satisfied with the work that they are doing? And then we found out that 73% felt they were thriving professionally. Yes, everything is good, all is well. 76% reported that their talents were valued. 79% felt appreciated by the people they work with. Please. Then 90% reported often receiving constructive feedback with the people they work with or their bosses. 87% described their work as dignifying. Yes, they are so proud of what they are doing. And 80% considered it as fulfilling. Yes, they are satisfied with what comes from their work. However, allow me share this quote from one of the people that we talked to. They went further and shared with us that the dignity that I get from my work depends largely on how I view it. Society may label certain jobs as undignified, yet those who do them may see them as highly dignified. Now, as a cartoonist, this person was a cartoonist, I've faced comments like, what does a cartoonist know about politics?
and this meant to belittle his or her role. But such remarks only revealed the speaker's ignorance on what cartoonist is, a form of communication, stroke writing. This person was a professional illustrator, a cartoonist. They wanted to show us how best they perceive their work, and that means a lot to them. Now, majority of these young female creatives showed that they have pride and fulfillment in what they do. However much this creative work can provide with them identity, self-expression, and personal satisfaction within a sector where gender inequities remain significant. However, these positive perceptions should not be interpreted to mean that all is well, that the sector provides consistently dependent working conditions. Allow me call my colleague Daniela so that she spills that tea. Not all is well. Thank you so much. It's okay.
Good morning, everyone. You're very welcome. Thank you to my previous speakers who have laid such an amazing foundation. And now we are, I would say, we understand why this study was done, why this study was undertaken. So, allow me to present some of the emerging evidence. What was the experience, according to the female youth researchers, according to the female creatives that we talked to? What was their experience of workplace gender-based discrimination? 88% of the young female creatives felt respected and valued in their workplace, which is a good number and which is a good thing. Unfortunately, there's the other side of the coin, where 32% had witnessed women's ideas being dismissed simply because they're women. 26% had personally experienced their creative input being dismissed until asserted by a man. Picture this with me. I submit an idea in a meeting, but only until my male counterpart either backs it up, one, or resubmits the same idea, but in a different fashion, and only their idea is considered as being of value. 30% reported being treated differently by colleagues because they are women. 32% reported being denied professional tasks or roles because of their gender. 44% had been assigned professional duties in the workplace, but when they get to the office or when they get to the workplace, they're assigned unofficial duties simply because they're women. 37% of the young female creatives believe that gender influenced their career advancement, and most of them said it slowed down their career advancement. They noticed that their male counterparts were advancing in the same careers at a faster pace than they were. Okay. Something that we were keen to explore was women's leadership and representation. How is it a catalyst for what's happening now or what could happen better? A musician that we talked to said, you know, the creative sector is dominated by men, so most times they make decisions that favor them without thinking about the women. And as women, if we don't stand up and get into those leadership positions where we can influence policy, we can influence laws, and we can influence workplace conditions, they continue to find a lot of challenges because they find themselves sitting, this particular musician said she finds herself sitting at a table with 20 men and she's the only lady. Shows the gender gaps. Another female creative that we talked to said women must work twice as hard as men to prove themselves, to have a seat at the table, to have consideration. Another musician said it's a male-dominated world, and there will be situations where the woman will always have to play to the sentiments of the men in the industry. You'll find all the studios are run by men. I don't know of a studio engineer who is a woman, never seen one. Shows the gaps in skilling. Another aspect that we were keen to explore were women's experiences of harassment in creative workplaces. 42% reported experiencing gender-based harassment at work, such as sexualized jokes, comments on appearance and body, sexual nicknames, and inappropriate online messages. This created an unsafe workplace for these female creatives. A lack of workplace safe reporting systems was a huge catalyst to this, I would call it grotesque, workplace condition to continue growing instead of shrinking. With a quote from one of the ladies saying, we have about 4 known cases of rape here, yet the rapists are still free because there are no organizations in the industry that can intervene or hold them accountable. Directors often give young girls roles only after raping them. The question of exchange for sex in exchange for opportunities. Workplace harassment looked like this, according to the statistics. 76% had received unsolicited remarks about their appearance and body. 63% had received comments on their private or marital lives. 53% reported being asked to spend time with someone even after they refused, often a powerful male in the sector, in exchange for opportunities or jobs and roles within the creative industry. One dancer from Kalangala stood out, shared something that stood out. She said, if your boss wants you, and in this case, wants means if they make sexual advances to the young female creative who's looking for an opportunity, and these sexual advances are rejected, he creates a situation that makes you quit, thus creating an unsafe work environment. I would also like to bring your attention to some of the regressive policies and practices. Nearly half of the creatives stated that there is no adequate protection against gender discrimination. They also lacked inclusion in terms of discriminatory contracts. They also experienced that participants reported that there was no pregnancy protections, for example, maternity leave. There's no menstrual support or child care friendly workplaces. A creative trainer in Bara said, we've seen mothers come with their children, but they are torn between paying attention to the child and focusing on the learning process, because there is no place where children can play or be in a nursery. As you can see, the picture on the top left. Yes, here we have a makeup artist at work holding her child because she does not have help. Question, can she afford the help? We shall explore the gap in gender pay as we proceed in the presentation. So the question is, can she afford the help? Is there a safe place for her to keep her child? But she has to do the work because she's passionate and talented. An art scholar noted that she once worked in an organization where contracts were issued to staff, but for women, there was a clause stating that you should not get pregnant. Basically putting a blocker to a human right. This is unfair because pregnancy and having children is a woman's right. Even if it may affect productivity for a while, such restrictions are a serious issue for women in the creative sector, causing job insecurity. What is the experience of workplace gender equity, pay gap, and some of the other challenges? 35% of the young female creatives reported personally experiencing gender-related pay. 37% encountered discriminatory job advertisements that restrict in terms of gender and age and restriction and other restrictions. 43% avoided certain jobs due to working late hours or security risks. 25% of the young female creatives avoided opportunities simply because they were young women. Some avoided the opportunities because of the unequal pay for the same amount of work, male counterparts being paid more than the female counterparts. 51% disagreed that men and women in their workplaces had equal promotion / advancement challenges. This in terms of the men, as I said earlier, the men are progressing much faster in their careers compared to the female counterparts for the same volume of work, same positions, barely getting any credit for their work as well. Then 46% disagreed that men and women had equal benefits in their workplaces. A creative trainer, an actress, said a man will say, I want 200,000 and refuse the job opportunity if that amount is not met. But as a woman, you might accept 20,000 because you left your home with hungry children. So that means sacrifices have to be met because of the already preperceived perceptions about women and men in the creative industry. Let's explore the pay, safety, and disability inclusion. 28% of the young female creatives reported not receiving their due credit for their work because they were women. 18% considered their workplace to be unsafe for women and unfit to work in as a young female creative. 44% reported reduced access to roles and opportunities because they were women. One of the actresses we spoke to in Kampala highlighted the fact that one of her female workmates had cramps, menstrual cramps, that are normal and they are carrying to the female body. There was no first aid box, no painkillers to provide relief, and the director was annoyed that she was wasting his time. We also spoke to a person living with disability who said people first look at her disability before they look at her work. Even when she studied the same skills as others, they assume that she cannot deliver. Customers often walk away comparing her disability with the work that they want done and lose opportunities because of that. So she wonders, because she's disabled, some customers believe that the table mats she's making are disabled as well. This shows that the perceptions are not only with the employers, they're also with us, the consuming market. We were also keen to explore the balance between domestic and care work pressures. 25% of the female creatives reported losing jobs due to children or domestic responsibilities, picking priorities. 13% reported losing work due to pregnancy. Like we explored earlier, some of the contract clauses demand that the young female creative should not be pregnant at that time she's applying for the job. 17% lost opportunities due to restrictions by their partners. And 16% lost opportunities due to parental or community disapproval. Like a previous speaker spoke about dignifying work. While the female creative might find this work dignifying, society might not. And if there is a shift in that balance or in that appreciation for creative work, it can be impactful to how young female creatives indulge in this industry. A seamstress in Amuru said, "I have to return home at the exact time prescribed by my husband. This makes it very challenging to do my work." Another creative trainer in Barara said that she has seen firsthand women trying to balance being mothers while at their workplace. And by coming with their children, so their attention is divided because there's no existing safeguards for these female creatives. Another tailor in Isinjiro says she does not have time. She has children. She has to cook for her husband. So she has to pick between her job and her work that she's passionate about and talented. She has to pick between that or her family. And I'd like to thank you for your audience. And I would like to invite Chirabo, who will take us through the recommendations.
As a host, I've been in many places, the kitchen, the front yard, everywhere to make sure that we are all set. So many thanks to my co-presenters. Those are the youth researchers who have shared with us the findings. But at the end of the day, we want to know what are the recommendations that are coming out of this study. The recommendations out of this study are evidence-based. As you've heard from the presenters, we traversed the country. Northern Uganda, Eastern Uganda, Western Uganda, Central. We were in all these districts. You've also seen from the samples of the quotations, we got voices from different young female creatives in different domains, in the different districts. All the way to Kalangala, we had to board the ferry to look for them. We had to reach Amuru. We had to reach different places, including Western Uganda, Mbarara, Kabale, all the way down there. But what are the key recommendations that are coming out of this study? Uganda has a very rich legal and policy framework, including the creative sector. But some of the laws in the creative sector were passed way back in the I think we have a law on the national culture law, which is 1960 something, if I'm not mistaken, yeah? 1949, 59. But that law, we are in the 21st century. We have the Gen Zs, we have the alpha gens, yeah? And it is supposed to apply to the creatives of today. So this means there is a gap there. However, we also celebrate the efforts that have been made, especially the most recent bill, the copyright bill. We are still celebrating it. It's a very huge achievement. But there is more to be done, especially around gender equity in the sector. We request that the stakeholders, especially Ministry of Gender, that takes on the creative sector to enforce gender and disability responsive workplace policies covering issues around sexual harassment. Harassment was a very big issue that was pervasive, at least according to the female creatives that we spoke to. We have always known that it is happening, but as ICRW Africa, we had a chance to be able to document it, to be able to document the voices of the young people in the sector. So workplace policies covering sexual harassment, discrimination, fair compensation in the creative sector. These are very critical issues. We need to have standard contracts mandated across the creative subsectors to protect creatives from exploitation. From the presentation, we've seen one of the voice of one of video vixens. Yeah, these young girls were carried to a particular remote location to shoot a video. They shot the video through the wee hours of the night. They were not paid, but they were left there. Everyone else packed up. The producers wrapped up. They left the girls in that remote place without pay, without a meal, without compensation, without transport. So we need to advocate for protective policies that prevent exploitation in the creative sector. URSB is in the room, and we request them to strengthen the implementation and public awareness around the intellectual property rights protection. Efforts are being made, but there is more to be done. If you left this place and you find an artist in Kabong, an artist in Amuru, do they know about the intellectual property rights protections? Do they know how to protect their art? There is still a lot of work to be done by entities like URSB, but also the creative guilds. Efforts are being made, but more work needs to be done. Regarding access to justice, we need to continue engaging stakeholders to build their capacity, especially for the police units and the judiciary to enforce relevant sector laws, including copyright infringement, the abusive conduct, contract violations, workplace safety. Yeah? Police needs to be supported, and the judicial actors to understand, to strengthen their understanding of the creative sector laws. If a creative went to, and I'm just giving an example, to Kawempe Police today to say, to report a case about copyright infringement, do the police at that station or any other station, maybe with the exemption of CPS, do they know how to handle issues around copyright infringement? What would be the starting point? How do they support these creatives? So different entities in our government bodies, lawmakers, law holders, they need to be supported to understand the laws in the creative sector better, for them to, again, better support the creatives and the young female creatives in the sector. Strengthening the guilds. We are pleased that and honored that creative leads are in the house. the Uganda Musician Association head or lead president, is in the house. We need to support our guilds and associations. Support them with funding, support them with governance, to represent members effectively so that they can better provide safe, confidential reporting mechanisms around issues for harassment or any kind of violations. Regarding the decentralization, we know that most of the services are crowded up in Kampala. But what about creatives in northern Uganda? What about creatives in Southwest? Yeah? How are they supposed to be supported? We urge that the government, local governments, the industry associations, development partners, we establish resource regional creative hubs beyond Kampala, ensuring equitable access to training, dispute resolution, and industry events, particularly for the underserved women and creatives with disability. Some efforts are being done around decentralization efforts, but more needs to be done. The creative sector is booming. It is thriving, and we want more women, we want more people, more youth to join the sector. But we need regional creative hubs to do more work in the creative sector and support the creatives. Gender equity, disability inclusion. You've heard from the findings. The issue of stigma around disability is not only amongst the creatives themselves, but also the consumers, where a creative mentioned that because she has a disability, she's selling table mats, she makes them, but then customers will think, no, your table mats are not good enough, or you are not capable of doing this work. As Minister of Gender, who is the holder, I don't know how to put it well, the holder of the creative sector, yeah? We need to integrate gender and disability transformative approaches into sector programs to tackle the stereotypes and stigma. Male engagement. We are honored that we have men in the room. However much the study rightly says gender inequities, some people usually get biased from the start to say, those are women issues. But as my colleague Ben mentioned, that women issues cut across. And as men, you are our allies. We need to work with you. We need to engage men, cultural leaders, influencers in preventing issues around harassment and promoting inclusive leadership. As I come to the end, skills development is a very critical issue. From the findings, less than half of the creatives had been trained professionally in the creative field. Some people are gifted naturally. They are born, they grow up just a little bit. They start singing. They start doing amazing things in the sector. But professional training is underrated. It is very important because it goes back on how someone is going to groom and nurture their gifts, their talent, their art. We need to deliver, Ministry of Education, ICT, development partners, all of us collectively, industry associations, we need to deliver technical and business training tailored to the women, to the youth, to the creatives, even creatives with disability. Providing financial literacy is very critical, and business development programs. We have seen creatives who have thrived been at the top, but they don't know really so much about issues to do with money. They are rich today, then tomorrow, the money, it will be blown out. It will be blown up. So financial literacy and business development is very critical for the creatives in our sector. Professionalization pathways. One of the young girls that we were talking to in Kalangala, they had a group, a dancing group, but they mentioned that they failed several times just because they did not have anyone to mentor them. They didn't know what to do. It was a group looking up to other, some of the talent that has been there before, but they could not reach them. So we need to put in place those professional pathways, linking established professionals. We are honored to have some of these established professionals in the room, but we need to link them with emerging talent. We have a lot of raw talent out there, and we need to handhold and mentor them. ICT or IT or digital transformation, it is the in thing, as the Gen Zs will say. Expanding affordable access to digital tools and platforms for content creation. There is a lot of content on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, WhatsApp. But the question is, at the end of the day, who is able to access these platforms? The cost of data, the cost of a good camera. There is a lot that needs to go into these things for the young people, for the young female creatives to thrive. So issues around affordable access to digital tools and platforms for content creation, distribution, and monetization are very important. So Ministry of ICT is represented today, private tech companies, telecom operators. This message goes out to you. Regarding data monitoring and accountability, as ICRW Africa, this is one of our mandates. And we are ready and able to continue doing this work, providing the evidence, providing the data about the creative sector. We were having a chat with the Commissioner Culture about a week ago. And from the conversation, it was clear that one of the priorities for the creative sector to thrive is they need data. They need evidence. Because whatever policy they're going to put in place, or they are going to try and refine, they want to know that it is evidence-based. They need evidence for them to know how to improve the practices in the sector. This is very important. I'd like to thank you all for coming and honoring our invitation. The conversation is still continuing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's clap for her once again. Thank you so much, Chirabo and your team. I was actually giving her a notice, telling her that she should inform you to have a working tea because it's literally brunch. Yeah. We are going to try to keep time and ensure we're out of this place before or by 2 p.m., the entire conversation. But just for you to know is that we have a panel discussion, a performance, and then just key takeaways from the conversation today and commitments that we're taking forward. At this point, we're supposed to have a break tea and also stretch a little bit. I know creatives are not used to sitting in one place for hours because it's full of art and performance, and so we have to live like the creatives since we are among them. Before I invite you to... Thank you so much, Chirabo. I would like to take this opportunity to first of all appreciate the research team for the work that they have been doing. I think from the work that we have seen, there's a lot going on, and we really have to empathize with the creatives. So much going on. Sometimes from the legal background, as a lawyer myself, I think of the right to be forgotten. At what point do we forget certain stories that creatives go through? Even speaking about it sort of brings back those wounds. But we have heard of all these cases of harassment that go unnoticed, that go, people laugh at them and, go undercover without being taken forward actively. But I do not want to really re-echo all that. I just want to say that it's important to hold both truths at the same time, that the evidence that we have seen here documents serious and persistent structural barriers, but also reminds us that women creatives continue to innovate, to build businesses and to pursue their ambitions amid all these challenges. I would like to recognize the presence of a number of creatives in the house. I know you are very many and I may not exhaust you all, but we have seen Honorable Rachel Magola. Please, let's clap for her. Of course, the king herself is in the house. I have failed to cram how she introduces herself in her music, but we'll leave it at that. And also just to say that she's an in-law married to one of our elder brothers in West Nile. So I'm proud to associate with you. And of course, and then we have Fina in the house. Over there, yes. Joanita Kawalia. Yes, we appreciate you for coming. Yes, and so many other creatives, really. I know we are going to be joined by Afri at a later time. We have Doreen Sandra, who is going to be on the panel that is coming up. And of course, Charles will take on that introduction at the perfect timing. But at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite us to have breakfast or brunch at this point, or just to stretch a bit. I kindly ask that we take about 15 minutes maximum to take some tea, bring it to your table. We'll have a working tea because we cannot wait to hear for the panel discussion, what is going to be discussed, and a lot more in stock for you. At this point, I don't know how people go for break tea, but please pray silently to yourself or to your neighbor. Say an amen as you're going to get the breakfast. You are dismissed for break tea. Or maybe let's all stand up, please. And stretch. I know some people might not want to go for tea, but you need to stretch. Okay, as you stand and have your break tea, please get to know one new person in the room. Get to have a favorite creative as you come back, because we might start from there. Thank you. So let's convene in 15 minutes from now. At exactly 12:30, we should be able to start the panel. DJ, can we have some music, preferably songs of some of our creatives in the house?
kopcheli wangeno ya Chiwe Angelina do kopcheli wangeno ya Chiwe Antamara do kopcheli wangeno ya Chiwe Antamara do kopcheli wangeno ya Chiwe Angelina do kopcheli wangeno ya Kopcheli wangeno ya Kopcheli wangeno ya Awe a Chiwe Angelina do kopcheli wangeno ya Yewe Chiwe Angelina kopcheli wangeno ya Iwe Chiwe kopcheli wangeno ya Iwe Angelina kopcheli Angelina Iwe Angelina do kopcheli wangeno ya Angelina
So, let's clock it for Lagoon. Clock it, clock it. I'm not hearing the clock it. Aha. Thank you so much, Vanya Lagum, for that entertaining moment. As we said, we were saying clock it. Let's do that for Lagum. It's a moment. Yes. So thank you. I believe that's the performance that we needed to bridge us into the next conversation. But before that, I just want to introduce Dora over there, who is a creative and she's crocheting. The videography team, let's just zoom in on the work she's doing right now. I want people to see where she's at. She's just getting started with her crocheting today, and by the end of our panel discussion, we're going to see the work that she's going to produce, which shows you how much talent we have in the room, how much diversity we have. Please, let's clap for her. Thank you so much. And this has all been made very possible because of the amazing partnership between ICRW and MasterCard Foundation. Let's clap for them once again. So the next conversation brings together voices representing policy, industry, creative practice, and government. Our next session is titled Turning Evidence into Action for Gender Equity in Uganda's Creative Sector. And ICRW could not think of a better person to guide us through this conversation than Mr. Charles Batambuze. And before he comes forward, I just want to read briefly what he does, because he's going to introduce his panel. And within the panel, Mr. Charles is going to have some time allocation for us to have a Q&A session. So if you have any burning questions or comments, you can reserve them for then. But also, as we are cognizant of time, some of the conversation shall be continued beyond this room. Online, like we said, we are live on YouTube and on Zoom. We have hashtags running, hashtag creative economy, hashtag women in creatives. So keep the conversations going online, but also we'll share an email where you can send some of those questions. I'm just giving you a heads up in case we pick on very few people to ask the questions during the panel conversation. And very lastly is that on the digital signage screens right next to you, you're able to scan and get the report that was read earlier on, the summary of those findings that Chirabo had taken us on with the researchers. Feel free to download those briefs and also to read more about ICRW and MasterCard Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point I would like to introduce Mr. Charles Batambuze. He's the executive director of the Uganda Reproduction Rights Organization. It's a collecting society for writers and publishers of literary works in Uganda. He's also an advocate in Uganda's cultural, literary, and creative sectors. But above all, he's a member of the country advisory group of ICRW. So let's put our hands together for Mr. Charles, who will then introduce his panelists, and then we delve into the conversation. Thank you. Please keep clapping until he comes forward. Yes.
For me to be steering this important conversation, I was actually checking to see when the first major conversation for gender, women happened. It actually happened 31 years ago in Beijing. And at that conference, they came up with what is called the Beijing Declaration and Plan of Action. It's amazing that 31 years later, we in the creative industry are beginning to have these kind of conversations. It's a healthy thing, very healthy, because all of us deserve better, both women and men, young and old, all of us deserve better. We need to create that environment where all of us can thrive in the activities that we undertake in the creative industry. And you know very well that the creative industry, there's a lot of focus on the creative industry. We are one of the 11 sectors that have been prioritized to transform, by government, to transform the development of the country. How can we achieve growth, maybe tenfold or beyond that? How can we achieve that if we have not resolved the outstanding issues of gender and so on? You have seen the report by the researchers. Thank you very much, researchers, for getting us this data. This very important data. All those findings are very, very important. And as I was listening, I was thinking, okay, what is it that we need to do differently in order to remove some of these barriers, these obstacles, so that both genders, men and women, can thrive within the creative industry. And to help me answer this question, to help me find out how we can achieve equity within the creative industry, I have a very powerful panel. And I want you to join me in welcoming these people as I invite them to take their seats here. I'll begin with the Honorable Rachel Magola. Let me also invite Mr. Moses Mupapa Pabin. Cinderella Sanyu Okuyo, the king herself. People, these are celebrities. They want to be appreciated. Miss Anne Afri Nasanga. And Doreen Sandra Kauma. So, Honorable Rachel Magora needs no introduction, but just to say that she's a songwriter, a dancer, a politician, a singer. She's one of the members of the Afrigo Band, and she's a former member of parliament representing women representative, Bugweri district. Welcome, Rachel. The only man in the mix here is Moses Mupapa Pabin. He's a government official serving in the Culture and Family Affairs Department at the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. Welcome, Moses. The king herself, she needs no introduction. But again, I'll just say, she's an internationally acclaimed, multi-award-winning artist, including the prestigious Bingwa and Afrima and Bima Awards. She's a singer, songwriter, actress, speaker, mother, and wife. Celebrated for her distinctive vocability, smooth delivery, dynamic and powerful stage presence, with a career spanning over 2 decades, consistently dominating the Ugandan, East African, and global music scene, and is the president of the Uganda Musicians Association. Welcome, Cinderella. Miss Anne Afri Nasanga, the young lady over there, is a filmmaker. She's a musician. She's the founder of Calavas. Welcome, Anne Nasanga. Doreen Sandra Kauma is a Ugandan disability rights advocate, project management specialist, public speaker, and digital storyteller, committed to advancing disability, inclusion, gender equality, and the meaningful participation of deaf people. Doreen serves as a public relations manager at Silent Cafe, Uganda, a deaf-led social enterprise promoting inclusive development. Through advocacy, public speaking, and storytelling, Doreen works to ensure that women and persons with disability are respected, supported, and empowered to influence decisions and to lead. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this very important panel that is going to unravel, that is going to lift the lid of what we need to do differently in terms of ensuring that there is gender equity in the culture and creative industries, in ensuring that we create an environment where everyone feels safe to work and thrive. I would like to begin with the king herself. You saw the results of the research. The research shows that 44% of women in the sector where you work are frequently relegated to non-professional tasks like cleaning or making tea, while 32% have seen their creative ideas dismissed until validated by a man. How can UMA, the association that you lead, move beyond voluntary guidelines to enforce the proposed sector-wide codes of conduct so that female members are protected from professional marginalization and have a clear path to the male-dominated leadership roles identified in the study? Basically, you can also tell us how you broke through, because yeah.
Research. How do we do this? Yes, I'd like to appreciate, thank you so much. I'd like to appreciate the team that did the research because it's spot on. It's very impressive. So thank you for that. It made my speech or whatever I wrote much shorter because I thought I had to outline a few things, but everything has been outlined, so I appreciate the team. As UMA, I've been the chairperson or president of UMA for the last 4 years. It's my 5th year now. And it has not been a smooth journey, partly because I'm a woman, yeah, but especially because the society is still matriarchal, but the systems are all patriarchal. So it becomes hard for a woman to maneuver. But in the very beginning, it was very clear that women were very limited. There are lines which you don't see, which are blurred, but they're there. When you get to the industry, you realize, okay, women are expected to stop here. They're not expected to go further than it. And nobody wrote it in any book. There's no law that says it, but you just find it and it's there. So as UMA, we made it a priority to first of all speak to women because all our issues start with the mindset. And as a woman, you see your mother's struggles, your aunties, your neighbors, and all that, and it imprints in your brain that a woman should stop somewhere. So I realized that if you teach a woman in her mind and let her know that there are no actual limits that are put there which are physical, everything there starts mentally. So we have workshops as UMA, meetings, especially with the female artists, where myself and my secretary, Madame Fina Masanyalazi, who is seated over there, we speak to women about confidence, first of all, how you carry yourself matters. We encourage them that these are not laws that have been placed on our lives. They're just mindsets that have been put on our minds to limit us from moving forward, to limit us from achieving big things. And right now we are using ourselves, people like myself, like Rachel Magola, like the women that came before us as examples, because there's no school that teaches it. There's no formula. So we use names like the members of Afrigo Band, like all the women who have achieved so much in the industry. That's the people that we use as examples to show women that you don't have to stop where men say you should stop. You can go higher than that. It is true that where a man walks, a woman has to jump or has to somersault to be given that the same recognition. It is true. In my journey, I realized that there's no man who step off the table for you. There's nobody who will give you the position. You have to prove yourself strong enough to sit there, and then they will have to get off their seat to let you sit. So I teach the same ideology to the members of our association. Apart from that, UMA has an MOU and understanding with FHR, which is the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative. And in that kind of arrangement, we have a team of lawyers who are especially dedicated not just to the female artists, but with all artists in defending their rights and also teaching them about the law. Many of the female artists are ignorant about the law. They don't know that they have rights. They don't know that there's a place you can go and express your issues. So through that education, it has helped us with so many bad deals. We've been able to fix very many terrible contracts, get women out of situations of slavery, just because we have a team that can support them, and that has been of great help. I have, of course, to say we are surrounded by a very good team, and Mr. Batambuze is part of that team from Cultural Forum that helps us with all this knowledge that we need. So yes, unfortunately, our services are limited to only our members. I hope we can do this further than just our members, but for now, that is what UMA has been able to do, to just educate the woman about her rights, and then also get a team of people who can fight for their rights. Thank you.
Wow, excellent. She said there is that unwritten code, a border, and a sin that has been created, but it's also in our minds.
Yes, it is.
It's a mindset, and we can overcome. I like it. I like the inspiration that you get from those women that have been there before you, and the various partners that you are working with to ensure artists are aware of their rights, and so on and so forth. So UMA is principally doing the right things, and we hope that we can achieve success with continuity. We have to continue doing these things. Let's move on to the Honorable Rachel Magola. The study highlights a heartbreaking choice many women face. 25% have lost jobs due to childcare responsibilities, and some even report neglecting their talent to manage domestic duties. As an industry leader, how can we reshape the culture of creative house and production sets to eliminate the stigma of the wasted year associated with pregnancy and move toward practical family-friendly infrastructures like on-site child care?
Hello, there we are. Thank you, Charles. I just want to thank the organizers of this mission of the research. You've done a lot of work, and it was wonderful to see very, very young people actually getting up to do something about it. So thank you so much. Just like Cindy said, a lot of what goes on in our creative economy is part of the mindset of our cultural practices. And it's time to stand above the constructs of cultural mentality. The woman belongs in the kitchen, the woman, that is what is creeping in on what we need to do. The examples of successful women that you see have grown up in that same economy, in the same structure. How did they get through? Stand up tall. But the biggest problem we have as a creative economy is the infrastructure. There should be family-friendly rooms in creative spaces so that a mother can come with the baby and they are taken care of in the creche. They get breaks to go and breastfeed, so that the baby does not become a disruption. It is part of what happens in the sector, because creative people are mothers. So we should not look at having a child as a break. It's part of what happens in the economy. So as we prepare and we look forward to creative hubs happening, when we get those, we need to make sure that centers are in place for mothers to be able to work and still take care of the baby. And also the narrative, a wasted year narrative. It's not a wasted year narrative. If we ourselves prepare ourselves to give chance to mothers to do what they can do as they work. And Charles, the men can't do it. Because the women have 10 hands and they're able to multitask, perform, take care of the baby, run out, breastfeed, come back. And that is one God-given talent that God has given women. It's up to us now to make sure that they are able to do it effectively by providing the infrastructure we need. And also, like I said before, put rooms where production happens. Let's have a creative fund for mothers. If she has been off for 3 months, help her, assist her to come back in the industry. Because sometimes if you don't do that, they drop out completely. And also, I'm thinking we should give we should give care if the woman needs a minder. Let that be in our plans. The room can't work without the minder. So if you're supporting the mother to come back into the industry, then the child care minder should be part of the package. I know all these are dreams, but we've been dreaming for 40, 100 years, and right now, government is listening to the creative economy. So as it's listening, and we are in these rooms making decisions or bring ideas from the research, then we must include this as we present our proposals to the powers that be. So we've talked about the mother fund, the creative fund, so that they can come back in the industry. And also, we need to make family-friendly practice a condition of public funding. I think I've just mentioned that. Where when money comes, you know that among the creative economy, there will be mothers, there will be children. We can also, infrastructure, I think, is the bottom line, to make it easy for mothers to work in this environment. Thank you.
Stronger, whatever, clap for the Honorable Rachel Magora. Honorable, what I hear you say, actually let me first, there is a quotation by Chimamanda. She's a writer, Nigerian writer. She says, culture does not make people, people make culture. And what you are telling us about mindset change and so on, we are basically saying the culture that we are creating as creatives. Actually, we have the power to self-liberate.
Rewrite the story.
Absolutely. So all of us here are creative people. The power is within your hand to make the kind of change that we would like to see, that kind of change that would make it possible for us to create safe places where everybody can work and thrive.
Charles, before you go on,
yes.
Without examples, sometimes we don't see the real picture.
Okay, yeah.
We used to travel with a baby. Juanita had a baby, and we went with a 2-month baby. We traveled with the child to go and perform in London. She was pregnant on one of the shows. We even thought she was having a miscarriage at one point. But the infrastructure with Afrigo Band made it possible for Juanita to travel with her child. And when she felt ill, she was rushed to a hospital. That is support. It doesn't happen in many workplaces where they are watching and saying, oh, our friend is expecting a child. Look at Cindy Baby, the king herself. And how many kids are we talking about right now? She has 3 kids. And she still dances like a grasshopper, you know? So the evidence that we are here and we can do this is what's going to change everybody's mindset. Thank you.
Wow. Nasang, as a young creative, we want to listen to your views on the same issues that the Honorable Rachel Magora was tackling. From your perspective, how do you see these things? How do you deal with them? How do you want the system to create an environment where you can work well and prosper?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, Nasanga, yeah, I can see. That's the name that has stuck out most for you, right? I can see TikTokers here. First of all, thank you so much to the ICRW Africa research team. It's been an honor watching the research, the results, and also working with you personally. So thank you. A round of applause to them. And might I say it's such an honor to be on this panel. These are, I mean, you're brilliant, acclaimed artists. And wow, I actually asked someone to take a picture of me because I need to show this to my parents. They're going to be very proud of me. So please, a round of applause to the panelists. They'll say, oh, finally, this creative work is making sense because, yeah. My name is Afri, and I run an organization. I'm privileged to lead an organization called Calavas that uses storytelling to empower girls in rural communities. We work with girls in Karamoja currently, and to answer this question about the wasted year, I would like to borrow experience and evidence from the communities that I have worked with directly. It's called the wasted year because, you know, the women, we get pregnant and there's a whole year, 9 months plus 3 months of breastfeeding. That's a whole 1 year, right? But we all know it's more than a year. It's a lifetime, actually, of work, right? I would like to offer a reframe that the problem is not the child. The problem is the systems that were not built with women in mind. Working with girls in Karamoja, these are girls who have run from early marriage. They're teenage mothers, and they're studying in school. I've seen something extraordinary, that while they're studying with their children, in case of any interruption, another pupil will carry the child and make sure that the mother learns. It's like everyone becomes a mother within the setting. These are 12, 13, 14-year-old girls who know that this is part of nature, and so let's help each other learn and win together. The teachers adapt to these spaces and create a space where these girls can thrive, teenage mothers, and be able to still succeed, stay in school at all costs. What is different when we come to our systems? Why should it be any different? Yes, this is a rural system that is not polluted by the ideas of capitalism, but it's still something that we can borrow from and learn from and adapt our systems to. Working in Kampala with fellow ladies, our team is women-led. They have children. We usually say they are our VIPs. We come for meetings, 3 or 4 women, and there are 3 other VIPs in the room. If we can afford a nanny, we usually have someone around to help her, but most of the time, it's us. It's us taking charge when she steps out because she needs to breastfeed. We all understand. When she comes back, we give you a recap. And I have seen how my team members have, they exceed expectations because we don't see them, we see them fully as a human being. Not just who you are, but also who you come with. I'll give a direct example. Translating the ICRW research into film was something Calavas is privileged to have done, and hopefully you'll get to see some of the work. While we were on set, I'm a filmmaker, while we were on set, I was directing the film, and I got a call from one of our collaborators, who is like the person we interview. She's actually here today, Joanita Namusabi, right there. Yes. So she gave me a call and said, you know what, Afri, I am stranded. My daughter has fallen ill. I think that's Lisa, right? Has fallen ill, and I cannot come for the interview. Guys, I panicked. I won't lie. You know, I was just like, we've already bought the cameras, we've paid for the equipment, and the unimaginable has happened. They say when you're shooting a film, you prepare for all things, but it's still, you're thinking money. You're thinking all that money that has gone. You guys can understand, right? And I had to employ something that we do at Calavas. I had to employ trust, which is a solution that I'm bringing today. I had to employ trust that passion and responsibility can live in the same body. They're not opposites. So yes, she can be passionate about what she's doing and she can have these responsibilities at the same time. And I had to employ that trust and say, okay, Joanita, take the time that you need. The team gave in check-in calls. We trusted that Joanita would come through, and eventually she did, like 3 days later, and were able to shoot her interview. So for me, that was an example of trust and leadership. We had to understand that, yes, she has her responsibilities, but that doesn't take away from her passion. She's a person living with albinism, and she takes her role seriously of being a representative of people who are living with albinism. She shares, and she's an advocate for that. And she told me, you know what, there is no way. I've been looking forward to this interview. Like, this is something that I didn't expect to happen, but it did. So I think my take would be to employ trust in our systems, to know that we can grow systems that adapt to the needs of women, and also to have more women in positions of leadership. Because let's be honest, no, I mean, men definitely understand, but there's a limit to their understanding. Like, you can ask a guy if he knows what cramps feel like, and yeah, right? You've seen those videos on TikTok. They have no, how can they know, honestly speaking? From where? Where will they get that research? No research. There is no research that can help them understand that. And so it's women to take up that space and take up positions of leadership, because we know what we go through. We're the best people to stand in and say, this is how it's done. We need to adapt our systems to this. And I love what the king herself said about leading the music industry and having those systems in mind. And also about what Honorable Magola said about us being able to adapt our systems to the growing and the evolving nature of a woman. So thank you so much.
Wow, wow. I like the example from Karamoja. Most times we would think that our social systems actually pure against women, but that's a very great example that something all the way from Karamoja is protecting the learning needs of these young girls, and that's very inspirational. That's a story that we need to broadcast widely so that the communities in Uganda get to learn one or two things from those young people in Karamoja. Thank you very much, Afri, for also your experience
with Joanita.
With
yes.
Joanita.
She's here with her daughter, actually. Yes.
Yes, I'm sure the filmmakers here are thinking, how can we make that adjustment to wait?
Oh, no. We had to find someone. We substituted for another. We got another person, but we found a way to adjust the system. It's possible. It's always possible. It's in the mind. Okay. You can figure it out, yeah.
Right. So, thank you. Mr. Mupapa, the gentleman from the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, where all these things, apparently, all the issues we are talking about, the responsibility of the ministry, where Mr. Mpapa is coming from. Mr. Mpapa, you saw the study as it was presented behind the scenes. The findings call for a gender equity certification for creative enterprises that meet standards on pay, safety, and leadership. How does the ministry plan to ensure that gender-responsive reforms are not just recommended, but become a requirement for enterprises seeking government recognition or support?
Well, thank you, Moderator, Mr. Batambuze. Good afternoon, everybody. Now, we've just heard that culture, we influence culture, culture do not influence us, isn't it? So where I come from, Kaliro, Bolamoj, we always greet every time you make a U-turn. And there is a saying that people move with their cultures, practices, and norms. Let me hope you have also moved with your cultures, practices, and norms. Thank you. This is quite interesting. As an officer from Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, you have really unpacked a lot that now I have a lot to do as a policy maker, isn't it? The beauty today is somehow we are only highlighting gaps within the existing regulations, policies, and laws. We have done something, but we need now to close the what? The gap and repurpose. The moment we repurpose, we would have achieved. However, as a ministry, we want to do reforms. We want to establish a minimum gender equity standard for government-supported programs, especially programs to do with creatives. Why are we talking about the minimum gender equity standard? So that everybody who comes within this sector, if there is going to be anything mentioned to do with the pay, there is a minimum standard below which you are not expected to go, and above which we just say thank you. We want to emphasize equity standards in terms of safety, and remember that Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development is also in charge of the safety standards within the employment sector. So we want to do a minimum in terms of equity when it comes to safety. We want also to do a minimum equity in terms of leadership, but also in terms of contracts. We want also to make sure that we establish the complaint management system. Honorable here has been saying sometimes you may not even know that you have a right to say this was an abuse to me, and we want to establish that. We would also want to link government recognition and support to compliance. In this sector, compliance has been a little bit, not very much being emphasized. So as a ministry, we want to map out those areas, re-emphasize compliance, and the moment we do compliance, we would have repurposed again. Now, this compliance is going to be part of the eligibility criteria for somebody to work with us, for somebody to get partnership with us, you know? So that you know, the moment you want to enter into this sector, since we are the lead agency, you must be able to listen to yourself in terms of compliance. We want to make safety and dignity non-negotiable. It is as if currently we have developed a culture in the creative that the other people, you know, maybe who are coming in, they may say, oh, whatever, but we are saying you should not negotiate. Non-negotiable for safety and dignity. Maybe there is a challenge with dignity, those people who practice there. So we don't want to see that, but we need to see a clear policy against discrimination. The legal framework within this country and part of the legal framework that we use in the ministry has elements of discrimination. How would we handle discrimination? How do we handle sexual harassment? But maybe it is not well aligned to this sector. So we want to go back, you know, unpack it further to see how some of these things now can be aligned to the existing legal framework. We would want to introduce a gender equity assessment into the existing government programs, including the private sector. The beauty here is that when we are talking about legal provision is the law that works within the government organization also do the same when it comes to the private sector. But sometimes, because of maybe follow-ups, private sector sometimes relaxes. So we want to do a gender equity assessment. Are you really, putting in place what is required when it comes to the gender issues, especially these which we have been talking about? And we want to make sure that the relationship between established institutions like an Equal Opportunity Commission, we close the gap of implementation. We work very closely. We conduct a gender audit. Maybe we have not been carrying out a gender audit to see exactly whether what we have been talking about, we are implementing them. So it is important. And maybe it could be a requirement that institutions produce a gender audit report for us to see how we are implementing. Certification must be accompanied by incentives. Those who are doing it, when you do it, what do you get? Recently, we had I don't know what is the position currently. People who were employing a number of people with disability, they would get some tax waiver. I don't know whether it is still applicable or whatever, but we could borrow a leaf and we say, if you do this, you also go with this. It will help us. But we are only saying, let us close the gap. Mr. Batambuze, I want to conclude on this by saying that we are going to emphasize repurposing. And thank you very much. The beauty with this, I just remembered that I was part of the people who were interviewed, and by luck, again, I'm here. So I'm going to keep the candle high. Thank you very much for listening.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Mpapa, for speaking on these issues. You rightly said we have the laws, we have the policies, but maybe this sector, the ministry actually needs to reach out to this sector. The various laws, everything that you have there relates to the sector. The Children's Act and policy, the elderly, every Ugandan at any age is part of the Ministry of Gender. And the issues of discrimination, the equity that we want, fairness in employment and so on, all these issues are within the ministry there. So maybe you can be our ambassador. As you rightly said that you are going to put the candle high. I think you are following the Bible, that he who lights a lamp should not hide it under a bushel. They should put it in a place where everybody can see. Now you have that duty of putting that lamp in your department there so that everybody in the ministry can see. Because you have everything, and yet in our sector we are still complaining about this and the other and so on. So we are happy to have you here. Let's listen to the disability rights advocate, Doreen Sandra Kauma. She's going to speak to us on policies often speak about inclusion, but implementation can look very different in practice. From your experience as a young woman, creative practitioner with a disability, where is the biggest disconnect between the promise of inclusion and how the creative sector actually works, and what would need to change to close that gap? Doreen.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizers, the ICRW, because sitting on such a platform is a very big honor, because as I've been growing, I've been seeing these reputable people in the society, and now sitting with them is something different. So to the question addressed to me, I would like to start with a sentence that says that it is very possible to welcome me in such a room as big as this, but at the same time, I can be excluded 100% fully. Because if the people are not able to communicate with me, I cannot participate. Why I say that is because if I don't have an interpreter, I cannot really participate effectively. And that's a very big disconnection that I see. Because yes, you promise, the policy is there, but at the implementation level, it is not practiced. Many organizations out there, and even us, the creatives ourselves, we always say, yeah, I work with a lady with disability in my programs, we are really inclusive, and we want to bring you on board. But when you look at how your opportunities are, let's say, advertised, who are they inviting? Who are you inviting to the table to sit with you and make a change? Even on the content that I see that is shown out there on social media, it is not really inclusive. For all the people who are seated here, we as women from way back have been oppressed, have been discriminated. The opportunities are not really equal, and they have a gender imbalance. But I would like to tell you today, for us as women with disabilities, we actually face double discrimination. First as being a woman and also a person with a disability. Now, the creative economy is really growing. It's fast growing. I think I've been in it for 4 years, if I should say, but me, who has a disability, I always focus mainly on, many of us focus on the money that we are going to get it, and also the voicing that comes with it. But the sad thing is that in the creative economy, I have been sidelined, especially because I have a disability. There are very many systems that have been brought. Now, me as an example, I earn a living from social media. Because if you look at me myself, I have different caps that I'm wearing right now. First, I'm a digital storyteller. And also, I work with a cafe which is owned by a deaf person. So when you talk about accessibility in information, you should be able at least to give reasonable accommodation. I tell you, please pay for an interpreter. You say, no, I really can't because I don't have that in my budget. Does that make sense? Many times, if the people who like, let's say, ask the creatives, we say we want to bring women on board, but you're discriminating us in a way. But I have a skill. Like I work with Doric. She has a talent. She's an actress, and we women can participate in different activities. Like we go dancing, we go out there, we are following fashion trends and all that. But are you inviting us to participate in an inclusive environment? It is lacking. We women with disabilities are only invited to places where they only talk about disability in quotes. So, when I see the policies, you're talking about inclusion, but the implementation is actually contrary. It is not inclusive in any way. I would like to ask all of you, the creatives who are here with us, who of you has tried to really connect, let's say you make your content with a person with a disability, to see that this opportunity that I am sending out there reaches them? Or even have you tried onboarding someone who has a disability in your work? Many of us will say, I have content on social media, but I'm only looking at, as long as the captions are there, but there is someone who is deaf who wants to read. Let it be inclusive. Have the captions, have an interpreter, and all reasonable accommodative resources. Not to shame any of us here in the room, but it's to bring light, because I believe inclusion is not only the responsibility of government or even the big organizations we say, but I'm thinking we as the women, we as the people who are here can support one another. And when you onboard this disability, I believe gradually we shall see it that at the end of the day, we are nearing to the achievement of true inclusion in our sector. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Doreen, for challenging us not to, that we are inclusive only in words, or just window dressing, show the world that, you know, we care. We should genuinely care. I think that's the challenge that she has put across. Those of us that are creating, let's do inclusive creating. Those of us that are doing different things within our industry, we need to be aware that inclusion has to be real, not just a fad. Okay, before my panel give their parting shots, I want to give you a chance to say something, ask a question, make a comment. Yeah, so, yes, Mr. Wasula.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you very much, ICRW. I have quite a few observations and comments that I want to share. We have talked about transformation of our mindsets, and that is quite vital. But the issue is we have identified the challenge, but the how is, I don't think, tackled. And this has been on for a long time. We have realized that there is a problem with our mindsets, but then how do we transform? How do we change the narrative? That is an unaddressed challenge, and it has kept us back, and we have to do something about it. And actually, I wanted to start by thanking the ladies who gave us an entertainment here. You see, in order for the creative industry to thrive, save what we have discussed in the report, we need to believe in ourselves and like ourselves. If I don't like myself, there is a problem. And when I say liking ourselves, and why I'm thanking these two ladies, when I looked at them, they like themselves. They are so natural. I looked at their skin complexion. They are natural. They are not bleached. I looked at their nails. They don't have those how do you call it? Ngeze nkoko. They don't have those kind of nails. And, well, their hairstyle was a little bit, but they're close to liking themselves. So that really is an inspiration. But you look at a woman, you look at a man, very artificial. The hips are artificial. The eyebrows are artificial. You don't like yourself. You want to be somebody else. And you are trying to say you want the creative industry to prosper. How can it when you are not yourself? And I'll come back to that later. Now, how are we empowering our young people, especially in the creative industries, to achieve the creating impact together? We have in the report talked about creating impact together. How have we done this? Have we, for example, tackled the challenge of this syndrome of one bull in a kraal? I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying or where I'm coming from. In our creative industries, and I think in others, but I'll speak for the creative industries, we have this syndrome of one bull in the kraal. I will explain. When Uganda Performing Rights Society was created about 40 years ago, it was around almost alone.
Now, when the Uganda Musicians Association was created, Cindy, you were not the chairman at the time, but the chairperson, incidentally, she was also a lady. She said, yeah, now we control UPRS. We are the supervisors of UPRS. I told her, no, we are complementary. Because the people who elected you are the people who elected the board of UPRS. So none of the two is superior to the other, but you complement each other. The question of one bull in the corral is killing us. When a federation was created, they said, and now we control UMA and UPRS. Why do you want to control? You are complementary. This syndrome of we are the controllers. Now, when UNMF was reactivated, National Culture Forum, now we are controlling all these people. Why do you want to control? Why? You are complementary. Coexist. Now, all these challenges we are identifying here are not going to come to fruition if this mentality of I am the controller remains. Why? Because they will be sabotaged at one stage or another.
Let's make the comments briefer so that we can have participation.
I can imagine you are right. And
yes.
Let me see what I can remove. Now, when we talk about the discrimination, especially in terms of payment, where men are paid more than women, this is a problem of the women. I'm sorry to say, and it may sound funny. Why? Women across board tell you men are their, what do you call it? Supporters, financials, or whatever. Do you get me? Abasajja balabirira abakyala. You have to provide for me. That's the mentality of the women. You don't even give me a gift. You don't even take me out. You don't even do this. Now, if I have to do all this, I have to get more money than you do so that I can do all this for you. And worse still, even if they got more, they'll tell you, kasente ka kikazi. They don't touch it. Kano ka kikyala. So they force the men to say, if you are in charge of an organization, facilitate a man better. Because he has a lot of burden to look after the women or his wife. I have a lot, but since you said time, thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Mr. Wasula is the only one that had a chance to speak longer. The rest of you rehearse how you are going to make a short presentations. And also, remember to ask questions about the report. There will be somebody to respond to your questions.
Okay.
Right there.
Maybe, Charles, also at a later time, I'll try to balance the room, have a few younger people, females as well. Prepare your questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Martin Orem, and I work for UN Women. And I want to say that I'm really privileged to be here and to listen to the outcome of this workshop or meeting. I have one or two things to say, and maybe on a lighter part of it, I want to say that I'm a father of two daughters. They've gone to school, and I'm so proud of them. And so I would want really my daughters to have contracts which reflect their worth, because they work very hard to attain whatsoever papers they have. And also, they have convinced their employers that they are the right people to occupy those offices. So indeed, humble, and Rachel, I'm very proud of you wherever you are. That is it, but taking forward what I wanted to mention, and I'm going to talk about one thing really, and that is what I think I've not heard about it so much here in terms of taking forward this discussion, and that is the power of partnership. And panelists have alluded to this, and they've even questioned how we have composed ourselves here and how we can influence the broader spectrum with the strength of this evidence-based resource that we have here. And so I think let's reflect greatly around the partnership that we have, partnership of how we can drive, how we can rephrase policies and laws that exist, and partnership that can link us to resources, partnership that can link us to expertise that already exists. Remaining small and looking at part of the system-based problem that we have may not propel us and take us further. So let's broaden partnership. I've not seen partnership around with the UN system around here. UNDP has a lot of things that they do around creative industry, UNESCO, UN Women. I am here, I've enjoyed the discussion and I've taken a lot. Ministry of Gender is there, but the Parliament is also there. We should be having stronger partnership with them. We are talking about transforming Uganda, and so we have to be broader in terms of how we look at our partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody else wants to say something. Martin, the young ladies, please prepare your questions and comments.
Thank you so much. Martin Okia is my name. I'm the chairman of Uganda Publishers Association and the managing director of Elim Publishers. Yeah, one of the things I got from here, one of your area of focus is publishing. However, from your research and the information, I was keenly waiting to hear more about the publishing, the area of the creative, especially in the literary works. But I noticed that there's a little in that area. As far as challenges, recommendations, I didn't get much. Maybe I missed out, otherwise I was much interested in that, because being in this industry, Charles knows and Russell have been, I'm a veteran in this industry, so I wanted to hear so that we can help, can join hands and see how we can make, especially the youth in the creative industry, as far as literary works is concerned, publishing, how we can make it better. So next time, if there is anything, please, I'm there to help so that we can make that area fine. Thank you so much.
Great. Maureen, right over there.
Thank you very much, our panelists. I must commend that you sounded very well informed, and I must say that much as we've been having the issue of mindset, knowledge gap, it doesn't sound like it was the same situation 1 year or 2 years back. So thank you very much for the well-researched initiatives and the information you've provided. My concern is about this, I think, would go to the people representing the government, that there's been a lot of research in regard to the sector and particularly to this gender-based investigation. I just want to hear that as we are purposing out, what time frame have we given ourselves? Because before we know it, the King herself and Honorable Rachel, who have done a lot of research, if this takes really long, might be out of the picture, and then we'll have to struggle with the generation next to bring them on board. So we'll keep in a stagnated position. I would just want to encourage the ministry for such gatherings. Next time maybe we come up with an implementation plan. It might be a phased out plan, but we could leverage the very brilliant skills out there to embark on a very serious ambassadorship and then make sure that the continuity is well catered for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maureen. Next, that table has other hands.
Thank you so much, our team up there. I'm very, very excited, but I was really very, very touched with Nasanga. You know, when she was sharing what is really happening in Karamoja and understanding the dynamics of education in Uganda, and when Honorable Rachel was talking about how do we help those ones who are carrying their babies. And I'm now seeing the young baby, the young child with a child, and the father could be a child. Then I'm looking at the industry, which is a creative industry, which is there and which is like accommodating almost everyone. I'm really having a challenge as a mother, but also at the same time as a performing artist. And how I'm like asking the Ministry of Gender, which I actually believe it works with the Ministry of Education, what could be done? It's a practice which is in Karamoja, which is a unique one, but not in terms of acceptability for the government, I don't know how we can handle that. I'm seeing, yes, there is a step forward of helping this young mother with a child at school, but in terms of culture appreciation, is it really easy for us as a government to accept the practice? Or we share such a thing? Because I remember when we were having COVID, we were having so many young girls getting pregnant as a challenge. And I'm seeing a big practice which is in Karamoja, which is a unique one, which could be good for these ones who are helping others. But in terms of acceptability, in terms of policy, is it easy as Minister of Gender and Education to appreciate that? That's what I want to be given in terms of telling me what should be done, what should be the next step for us as people in the community, because I was looking at Nasanga as someone who is in a community with a young generation, which is having that kind of a dynamic. But in terms of policy implementation and acceptability of many parents as we are, I don't know how it can be done. So I'm requesting the Minister of Gender and Education to give me what should be the best way forward for such a challenge.
Thank you, Joanita. Yes, next.
Thank you so much. My name is Pereth Nwahereza, and I work with Uganda Women's Network. I want to bring to our knowledge about the new Employment Amendment Act 2025, which takes control of the things we've been mentioning here. One, it condemns harassment at workplace. It condemns intimidation, verbal abuse, and everything else. It encourages workplaces to take into consideration child care facilities. It condemns having employees who are not on contract. It also condemns unnecessary, unfavorable dismissal of workers. But most importantly, it protects workers. For example, you cannot dismiss your employee because she's pregnant, okay? So I encourage us in our respective organizations or capacities to ensure that we create awareness. If the employees are very aware of this Amendment Act, trust me, they're going to demand for what they deserve, okay? Unless they do not know, the employer will continue protecting him or herself because they don't want to be held accountable. But if the employees know what they deserve or what their rights are, trust me, we are going to have a very favorable working environment. Thank you so much.
Yes, Emma.
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Mlondo, also known as Emma Carlos. Today, I'm speaking in my capacity as someone who has promoted female talent. She was my first partner musically. Before I go ahead, let's have a moment of silence for Dolly Parton. She passed away. She's one of the biggest cultural icons, performer, singer, Dolly Parton. Tuli ku bakyala. Mbadde nzija, you have preempted me. Gender balance. A moment of silence. I used to love her songs. I still love them songs. Well, may her soul rest in peace. I would like to also recognize two female powerhouses in this house that I personally worked with in the journey that has brought the creative sector to where it is. That's Cindy and Fina. Thank you for putting in your time, passion, and brand value in the process of getting the sector where it is. Mine are going to be just two comments in two folds. One, the organization that I represent, the National Culture Forum, that played a pivotal role in the mobilization here, and then our commitment towards implementing all the what? All the recommendations. A pursuit of our mandate, we have lobbied in the legal reforms where we have the Copyright and Neighboring Acts amended 2026 with shortcomings. At least now female artists can protect their what? Their works at equal measures with the what? With the male. Then two, inclusion in sector financing. We are devising creative circles that are being created out there to include in their leadership committees at least a third of women. That's one thing we are doing directly. Then number three, organization and representation of women. We have been pivotal in organizing and streamlining the sector. NCF is home to creative associations and federations. In particular, we are home to the Female Performing Artists Association of Uganda. I think we have a member here, and the president is, stand up for recognition. The president is Madame Mariam Dagire. She's a very, very respected, in equal measures with Mama Joanita, very respected female performers. So they are members of the National Culture Forum. Uncle James, I would like to use this platform. If we ever created an impression that we are bossing around the sector, no. Our mandates are clear in the policy. Lobby and advocate, network, and we have done it perfectly well. So we don't boss. Possibly our federation, but we don't. If you ever created that impression, please erase it from your memory. And then last but not least, gender sensitivity infrastructure. Through consultative engagements under the World Bank's Grow project for the redevelopment of the National Theatre, we lobbied, Fina was part of that meeting and Cindy, we lobbied for a secure dedicated space for nursing and parenting mothers. World Bank is going to redevelop the National Theatre. In part of the consultative meetings, together with these female performers, we lobbied for, a standard space. Dorothy here, very talented, very skilled talent manager. By the way, I record Gogo. She organized a very big festival. Stand up for recognition. She's a fellow talent manager. She's one of the few talent managers, female talent managers. We lobbied so that we're having a space for parenting. As I conclude, we believe in gender empowerment as NCF and appreciate the immense power of women in the creative sector. We look forward to better implementation of this recommendation and assure you of our continuous collaborations. That's all I can say for now. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, the audience, for responding to the topic. Indeed, you have raised questions, you have given strategies, you have given information. I want to get back to the panel. In your parting shots, you can also respond to some of the issues that were raised by the audience. I want to begin with you, Afri. What is your parting shot?
Thank you so much for listening. My parting shot is that it starts with our education systems, our learning systems. Mindset is something that can only be transformed through generational knowledge gaps. Culture sometimes is passing on captivity to generations. We call it culture, we call it tradition, we call it mindset. But what can help us is our education systems and incorporating positively culturally integrated learning into our systems so that the next generation has a wider scope of understanding that a woman can be a doctor, a man can be a doctor. It all comes from those books, those storybooks where they say doctor and they show you a man, and nurse and they show you a woman. It comes from there. When we grow up, obviously, and we become creatives, it's the same thing from what we saw in those small storybooks. So if we can work with our education systems and adapt equity, put equity into our education systems, gender equity, then in 50 years, this is a problem that we'll speak about differently. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Afri. Martin, she's challenging the books. Yeah, for a fact, I know that a lot of work has gone into the writing of books to be culturally sensitive in terms of gender representation, language, lack of discrimination, tribal sentiments, and all those things. The Minister of Education, and I think gender, ensure that the literature that is written for young children and young people in secondary schools reflects the values that we want to see in society. That's the beginning, but thank you for highlighting it, that it begins there. And we need to see more female doctors, female engineers, and whatever in the books, female presidents in the books that our children read. Now to you, the king herself. What is your parting shot?
First of all, I don't want to leave this panel without answering or commenting about what Mr. Wasula said about the connection between hating yourself and wearing makeup. I think I have to say something about it because makeup is also creativity. Just I love you, Mr. Wasula, I do. I appreciate your contribution so much to the music industry, to the structures that we're building. It came from ideas from you. From the time that I came to UMA, I've been hearing your name steadily, those people that started the industry. So what makes us creative is we see something ordinary and we turn it into something amazing, because we know that the ordinary is what every woman looks like, and we see the normal lips are the normal color. So what about black lips and green lips and longer lashes? And it's part of I'm sorry, but it's creativity. It is about creativity as well. So also I'd like to add on what Afri said about mindset. We need to take accountability as women. At the end of the day, is that these men that we raise who come back and oppress us, we are the ones who brought them into the world. How about we go back to what is that we instilled in them that make them grow up and step on our heads? You understand? Like where did we go wrong? Because there's a point when this powerful man didn't know where to pee. You understand? And you as a mother told him there's a time when he was young and he wanted to kill himself with a knife, but you're the one who said do not touch the knife or don't do this. So as women, let's first acknowledge that we raise the narcissists, we raise the monsters that become problems for us later. So if we go back to the root and start raising men who understand, who try to understand women, who have that empathy towards women, who understand that women are gods. We are different women every month. We have 4 seasons of women. How I was last week is not the same as I am this week. It's the same when I'm in my period or after I'm in ovulation. I'm 4 different women in a month, but then that is natural. It shouldn't be a problem. People should learn how to maneuver it, because that's a woman's natural process. It's the one that brought them into this world. So if we change the mindset of a woman and teach her how much power she has, she will not see the bloodlines, because the truth is there's no law against women. There's no school that stops you. Nobody says a woman is not allowed to a school to be a pilot or to be an engineer. Nobody stops you, but your mind, you've seen people not doing it. So if we change the mindset of a woman, in a very short time, the society will all change. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. We need to see women pilots in the movies.
Start from there. Right.
In the movies, we need to see all these characters because this industry actually possesses so much power. We call it the soft power. It compels you to do something without force. You will just grow into doing it. So the creative people in this room, you have the power within your hands to change the narrative. Honorable Rachel Magoda, your parting share.
Thank you, Charles. First of all, I'd like for us to realize that motherhood is not a career penalty. Okay? So to be able to get that, we need to get family-friendly standards in the work environment. Secondly, Madame Uonet, you pointed something out, and it woke me up to one thing. We need to stop working in silos. Because I've been to almost 100 rooms in the same year, and we all are trying to do the same thing, but we are all doing it in different places, with different partners, with different funders. We need to have a what do you call it? We need to converge our efforts so that they are not scattered. Some are in UNCC, some are, and I think the gentleman mentioned it. He said, where is UCC here? Is UCC here? He's a big implementer in creating hubs. It is one of their mandates to create regional hubs for the creative economy. And here we are talking about spaces which are friendly to family, and UNCC is not here. So we need to stop working in silos. And Mr. Wasula mentioned about the, I think, what did you call it? The bull, the one bull in the house. That tendency is also failing our progress. When everybody comes up saying, I'm the one who has done this, I'm the one doing this, I'm the one who has done this, we are like at a competition on who is doing most for the industry. It's not going to help us. And that also propagates the idea of working in silos. Budgets are there, but they are scattered in a million places. So the impact is always peripheral. So creative people, if you have an idea, let's all the funders. Is MasterCard here? MasterCard? MasterCard? They have gone? There we are. So let us all look for funding, but let us move and start working together. What Madame said, the lady from UPRS, she said everything ends on paper. Because we all push, give an exit report, hand over to, you know who? Gender. And then the next 3, 4, 5 years, we are all waiting for results. And on that note, Mr. Emma Carlos mentioned that GROW is building, I've had this for almost 5 years. Gender. Can you please highlight for us and give us information on where is this GROW project going? We've waited and hoped for a 3,000-seater, right? Emma, hey, at the National Theatre. Today, we are still sitting in our 350 capacity place. So, what are we doing? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Magola, for raising those important policy questions for the government person to... Yes, Mr. Mupapa, your parting shots.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, when we get some time off and you pick on the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, just interest yourself on maybe Article 31 to 35. You'll be able to navigate through quite a number of things that the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development are supposed to be doing arising out of those articles, among others. there was a concern over the practice of the Karamajongo youth girls, and the issue was how has Ministry of Gender and maybe Ministry of Education appreciated this kind of practice. The beauty here is, and the challenge underlined again there under, is that Karamoja is a bit unique. All of the intervention is that you see arising out of our policy practices being directed to Karamoja, and even maybe the children within here, the story which you know, is that we pick some of those things under the interministerial committees and we say, what do we do? You will all recall that some time back, the moment a girl child conceived, schools rejected her. It is no longer that practice. We, as a ministry, we denounce all of the negative cultural practices, even though they are religiously anchored. For example, in Islam, for us in Islam, the practice is the moment, actually the thing was that your first menstruation would not, the second one would not find you in the courtyard of your father. When I was talking to my girl, she started when she was in P6. Was she a candidate for to being a mother? The answer may not be. So those are purely. But I want to share with you some of the discrimination practices that are still here, and we know them, and we do not condemn them, we do not point them out. One is that there are schools here who even at a level of the employee, if you conceived when you have not officially been married, you lose a job, and you know them. Isn't that a direct discrimination? Isn't that a human right abuse? Now somebody talked about the national employment policy, but in that national employment policy, I have been a labor inspector for 12 years. I have been interfacing with employees and employers, and I know some of their tricks. Madam, my sister, there is what they call constructive dismissal. The employers you see here, even those outside, they will not use the very things that are within the employment policy as outlined. If she needs you to go away from the employment or from that company, many of them are using the constructive dismissal strategy. It has worked for them. We are also busy now trying to make an intervention to reduce the impact of that. But what we have done currently, we have around this subject matter in the ministry. One of the important policies is the national employment policy. We have the national culture policy, which is under review. Many of us here have participated. Thank you, Mr. Batambuze, for the intervention you have done to that policy. It captures this, but we also have the national family policy. Why do I point out these policies? Is that these policies make a sharp redirection of the subject matter we are discussing today. But what is so unique about the reviews of this policy that recently now the policy has given us what we call the National Action Plan. And the National Action Plan costed, it gives obligations to you as development partners in implementation of this policy. The other policies were really government policies, and they did not have this. Mr. Batambuze, I can see you looking at me, but I'm summarizing.
And he's answering our questions as well.
But why are we emphasizing some of these policies like the family policy? Is that the family policy is going to help us change certain things at family level. All of the things we are discussing here, if they were not tackled at family level, then we would not be able to change them immediately. So we have realized that, and one of the functions of the family is to change, educate. They are the one in charge of the informal education, so we want to redirect that. You mentioned about GROW. You mentioned about GROW. Now, there is a project of GROW which has been, which is supporting women entrepreneur. Now, GROW had a component of supporting the reconstruction or the redevelopment of the Uganda National Culture Center. The status as per now is a bit stalled. Why? We finished the technical drawing, everything was done, but by the time we finalized everything to go into using the building of this nature, is that we could not make it because the construction was going to take more than the remaining time for the GROW program to end. So as per now, it is not one of the bankable projects under GROW, but as government, we are still in the boardroom trying to see what we can do. If GROW extends, it will be one of the areas to pick. But government is trying to look elsewhere to see how we can now develop the Uganda National Culture Center. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. Doreen, over to you. Your parting shot.
Thank you very much. And in summary, I have 2 points to put across. One about the policies. Indeed, we have very beautiful policies talking about disability and inclusion, but the missing gap is the implementation. And that gap is mainly because of the financial implications that it comes along. So please, when you go back to the ministry, do not just leave it on paper, but prepare a budget line where you can see that implementation is put into practice. Yeah. And it has to be, feasible. Because yes, even if it stays on the archives, it doesn't really help us at the end of the day. Then to all of us, we must change our mindset. Let us not look at our disability. Don't look at my disability first, but look at my abilities as an individual. Yes, I am a woman with a disability, but at the end of the day, I have a skill, I have a talent, which can be brought onto the table where I can be included in the different forums. Because I, as a lady with a disability, I have the skill, I have the talent, and I believe I can live a dignified life at the end of the day if we are all included and we can contribute positively to the social, the economic development of our country at a whole level. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you very much. The people that have been part of this panel, Doreen, Moses, Rachel, the king herself, and Afri. Thank you for sharing and for the experiences that you have come across as you worked within this industry. I believe that what we have learned from you are things that we'll be able to implement in our daily life. Part of policy implementation is actually us, not necessarily government, that government has to do. No, even us, we have a role to play. So we need to improve our workplaces in terms of our responsiveness to the issues that have been raised, the issues concerning gender, how are we protecting the women, how are we creating those safe places where children can be part of the workplace, and so on and so forth. And once we begin doing it, then we will have implemented the policy and the laws. But if we don't take any actions, then we'll continue to say that same thing. Beautiful policies, but on paper. Thank you very much. Join me in thanking my panel. And the panel is dismissed.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for Charles once again. And for the panel, as they are standing for a quick picture. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to almost the very last bit of our program. Just hold on tight. I know the enzymes are complaining, but the cards are there, right? You have the coupons. We have only 3 major items on our program. Emma prepared our video, which was created by Calaverse. It's about 5 minutes. The video will be played, and then you will watch the story. As we said, Afri Nasanga is a filmmaker and a musician, so she did a lot of work around that video. You don't want to miss it. After the video, I will invite Chirabo to give us key takeaways and also invite the person going to conclude today's conversation. And then just after the conclusion, we have an amazing performance by Anne and Vanya, the guitarist and the pianist, so you don't want to miss that. And then finally, the most important, can you hear me? Those who are still greeting their neighbors, we shall have a final group picture. I mean, how else will the world know that we convened here today if you don't participate in the picture? So for the picture, I'm going to be a dictator, not to allow anyone leave the room before the picture. And without wasting any time, I don't know if our video is ready. Emma, is it ready? Maybe for now, the camera person, can you zoom in on that crochet lady? She's too busy. We need to see the work in progress. Okay. Oh, she was making a bag. Are we able to see that?
Africa undertook a study to examine the gender inequality.
From wherever you are, I think she can stand. Yes. Wow. I think at a later time, you can be able to interact with her. All right. Let's have the video. Thank you, Emma.
He's in Uganda's creative sector. Surveying over 400 women across the country, research showed that 9 out of 10 said their work was dignified. Nearly half had experienced harassment, and more than a third had faced discrimination simply because they were women.
I left music because I felt I needed to take a break. I felt overwhelmed. It felt like everyone had a thing they needed me to be.
It's hard to believe how long it's been since we spiraled down to this point. From places on high to places down below, I cannot seem to find the words to express the Lord that weighs me low.
I am a poet, spoken word artist, and a voiceover artist. I'm basically a storyteller, and I do that reverse poetry on page and on stage. My name is Vivian Navulumba. Some people know me as Vivian Holmes. My philosophy about creativity is still forming. Creativity is about becoming. It's about, discovering yourself in a way, but also having something to say.
Charlene Kazumba, I'm a writer, singer, digital content creator, and a mother. Creativity is doing the thing that makes you happy, that gives you peace of mind, that gives you purpose. That's what I think it is.
Poetry for me started through writing tiny pieces for stage plays in Chambogo University. I was a survey student at that time. So I took on stage after COVID, and then later on I realized people are publishing this kind of stuff. And then I submitted some of my work to magazines. I realized you could do this also in productions. People were asking me to feature my poetry or narrations in their stage productions.
But if you could see what I see when I look at you. I started out as a singer, although in school I studied journalism. But when I got out of school, there were no jobs. So a nephew of mine was starting a band, and he's like, oh, why don't you come and try this out? And that's how I ended up as a singer.
Sometimes I felt I wasn't in the right place with the survey work. So I've always just been in that space of, is this really the path I chose for myself, or is this a path that I chose because it was the easy way out? It's where the money is. I don't think I was that passionate about survey work, but I am passionate about creative work. I'm passionate about everything creative.
I felt overwhelmed. It felt like everyone had a thing they needed me to be. And so I just stepped away for a bit to better my child. How can I do something happy for her, to make her happy? Someone from church told me they were not going to talk to me again until I got back on stage.
Every single day you're slipping away, drifting with the winds like a leaf you sway. I'm afraid. When I finally found the words to say, you'll be long gone. I do not know what demons to fight.
The biggest challenge has been people asking you, especially when it comes to like paid events, asking you to go and perform on their events, and then they either don't pay you or they send you home with transport or exposure. They do that sometimes. And I know this is a cry for many creatives.
You get paid less because you're a girl. You get paid less because they think what you're doing is not as important as the guys, the band.
But when you sit down with your family and you tell them, look, mom, dad, sister, this is the path I want to take, they're not very supportive of that.
It always felt like you needed to have someone close to you, like a guy close to you when you get off stage, because people are waiting to take you. For me, what I did, I had my boyfriend next to me.
The change I'd like to see in the industry is spaces being created where female creatives can leave their children and go and work. A space where you don't have to worry about your child, they're well taken care of, and at the end of your gig, come, pick your child, go home. I think that will provide more peace of mind while at work.
I would love to see the government support creative work a little bit more, because I have seen this in economies like Nigeria and Korea, and those industries are grossing a lot of money for their nations.
When a lonely child within wants more than company but a warm embrace, I will leave the light on for you so you can find your way home.
Thank you so much, Afri, for compiling such an amazing video. Feel free to scan those QR codes to get more information about that. I know a number of questions were left pending. Also, feel free to go on the website of ICRW, search for ICRW Uganda. There is an email address there, info.uganda@icrw.org, and you can ask your questions as much as possible. So, Ms. Chirabo, you are invited to give a few takeaways from today's conversation and invite the person who will give us closing remarks. Let's put our hands together for Chirabo. She was here earlier, and I think she responded to, there was a question during the Q&A bit that was directed to you about publishing the findings. From the publisher, the senior publisher. What are you going to do with the findings? Are you going to publish them? Do you hope to collaborate with him or different other publishing houses to ensure the information goes out there? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just to say it again, thank you all so much for being here. I know that we are short of time, so I'll wrap up real quick. Many thanks to all of you, but more so to just the panel that has given us a very rich discussion. Yeah. Thank you. Regarding the products that have come out of this study, we have the primary research report. The QR codes are going to be displayed on the screen, so you'll be able to access that. What we shared here was just a brief overview, but then we also have other products that are packaged and tailored to different audiences. We have the fact sheet. The fact sheet, you just look at the numbers. Yeah, it just gives you a snapshot of the numbers in the creative sector based off this work. So that will be very important for the association guilds, for the ministries, for our development partners. But then we also have the policy brief. Policy brief, very important again for the government, development partners, and the legislators. So all these products are going to, the QR codes are going to be displayed. And most importantly, something that we did was a gendered lens mapping of the creative sector for Uganda. We did that, most of the participants in this room participated in that exercise where we mapped the creative sector, showing the value chains in the different domains of Uganda's creative sector, but then also showcasing the gender lens in the creative sector. It is a very interesting piece, and also it will be available on the ICRW website. As we come to a close, there are very many things that have really stood out of the conversation. I'm only going to just mention a few of them. We have generated a substantial body of evidence, but implementation of what this evidence informs us is important, and the accountability is very critical. We have laws in Uganda that we spoke of and other speakers have mentioned about, but we have a real opportunity here that some laws that are pertaining to the creative sector are currently under review. For example, the National Culture Policy is currently under review. The ministry representative has just told us of the family policy that is also undergoing review. This is a real opportunity to see that these policies speak to the gaps that we have just highlighted here, the existing gaps in the sector. Partnerships are very critical. The representative from UN Women mentioned it. We need to come together collectively. There are very many issues and gaps in the sector, but no one man can be able to handle it all. It needs a collective effort, a multi-stakeholder approach, so that we come together as government, as the creative sector practitioners, the leads, the development partners, the CSOs, the researchers, the academia in the room, the legislators, to collectively make sure that women and girls in the creative sector not only participate, because more than half of the sector is made up of women and majority are youth. Not only participate, but go ahead to thrive in the way they earn, in the way they are participating in the sector, but also enjoy the dignified and fulfilling work. At this point in time, allow me welcome Deborah Nachisui. She's a Director of Programs, Management and Operations at ICRW Africa. Please come and give a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Chirabo. I stand here with lots of joy for all of you that have stayed with us in this conversation. Allow me to read a few remarks. I took notes as I sat down there. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, everyone present today. I know that the foundation staff may have left us, but we would like to recognize them. Our partner, the MasterCard Foundation, without whose investment this piece of research evidence would not have been possible. I would like to thank the representation from the various government ministries, the Ministry of Gender. Thank you so much for being present with us throughout this journey. The Uganda Country Advisory Group, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You've worked with us, you've advised us on how to fetch this evidence and bring it back for us to internalize. Our civil society organizations, our partners, thank you so much. The creatives, especially the young people that are here with us today. We would like to thank you so much, our youth researchers that we have had an opportunity to mentor, but who have also taught us on how to do things differently. We have heard and listened to good and sad experiences, some so painful to hear, very painful experiences that people have shared with us. For this piece of evidence, we need to remember that behind every statistic is a young woman, because we spoke to women, a young woman who should thrive. We are glad and so pleased that this piece of evidence and convening has been able to catalyze deep conversation. We thank our panelists that have given us depth in what we have discussed and reflected upon. We now hope that this evidence can move to action, to creating solutions towards the identified gaps and recognizing the position of the young woman, the young women and structurally disadvantaged persons. We listened and heard them speaking about the issues that affect their lives. So we hope that we can be able to ensure that these people break through and lead the change and thrive. So as we go away from here, how do we create impact together? The gentleman, Moses from the UN Women, spoke about this. How do we pattern? How do we come together to create impact? And then also, you remember, we have also spoken about changes. What changes are needed? As we go back to the Ministry of Gender, what changes are needed? Who must lead the change? Wherever we are, wherever sphere of influence we are placed, who must lead the change? And how do we collaborate to move this evidence to action? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And also to mention that we did have an online audience. Thank you so much for following us on our YouTube channel. I know that we did not have opportunity to take comments from the people online, but we will go back and be able to bring all this together. Thank you, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, including our service providers, the people behind the cameras. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Deborah, for the thank yous. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our session today, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your patience. I know time was running out. We started a little bit late, but we are glad that we have reached